Hello, everyone, and welcome to our semi-final matchup between the Egoist and the Black Sheep. My name is EpilepticUnicorn. Joining me is the one true Ducky and Hanmine. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good today. It's been a really chill day. Got all my work done. Didn't do any work, so it's done either way.
I didn't even go to work today, so
You got me beat there.
This guy. All right. Well, since you haven't done any work today, we might, make you do a little bit of work here. We have the Egoist versus Black Sheep here. The Egoist ending up with the second seed, so had the bye last week, and the Black Sheep actually going to 3 games. It was the best three games against Patty's Pirates, I believe, last week. It was a little bit unexpected. I think most people would have predicted it to be a 2-0 based off how poorly Patty's Pirates played in the regular season. So we'll see what that means for the Black Sheep going in here. But going into this series, any bold predictions about these teams? Because I know you're just so well informed.
Yeah, no bold ones, just safe ones. I'm gonna go with the Egoist.
Huge, and that's I'm sure that's not purely just based off their standings, right? Because you've watched everything and you're fully vetted out on your reasoning.
I have comprehended everything that I could based off of all of the information that I have gathered.
That is a response. All right. Well, I do think the Egoists have the advantage in this series. I think really the only real sticking point that the Black Sheep have working in their advantage is I think African Rhino has just performing better in the top lane than Geyser. But I think pretty much everywhere else is either even or better in favor of the Egoists in terms of individual players, and I think both teams have pretty much played the exact same in terms of coordination and teamwork. But I don't think they're pretty close, so I'll give the slight edge over to Egoist, but 3-2 overall. We're going to get 5 games.
And in any matchup where it's pretty close, it could just be whatever team shows up today. So hopefully both teams are bringing their A game.
Yeah, I believe Melly is subbed out just for game 1, I believe. So the Eagles will have 1 sub for the first game, but I believe Melly will be back for the rest of the series. So hopefully that 1 game and the sub being out isn't really what decides the series, but it could just be a horrible situation where everything snowballs out of control for the rest of the series. So we'll have to see. And mind you have any thoughts here? You really still haven't done any work today, so
yeah. I like the Black Sheep logo more, so I'm gonna go 3-2 Black Sheep. That's a highly informed decision.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, since that seems to be all the analysis these people over here are able to provide, if we take a look here at players actually showing up on time, maybe we could get into Champ Select maybe in the next hour or so.
Champion Select will be pretty important. I'm interested to see which team will draft better, because in the drafts that I've seen this season, there have been some winners and there have been some losers. So,
all right. Well, let me give you some nice information related to this draft, okay?
What have they been
playing? So, both Geyser and African Rhino have like an allergy to playing a champion more than once. Geyser has played 9 champions across the 10 regular season games, and Rhino has played 8 champions across the 10 regular season games. So both have a large variety of champions they've picked, and let's see, is there actually... I'm looking here. There might not be any overlap between any of the champions they've played. I don't think there is.
Now we say things like wide champion pools, but back in my day, we used to call them what they were, griefers.
They are just locking in every champion they can think of. So it's getting a bit wild in the top lane, but I think the rest of the members here have been, fairly standard champion pool. I think Bomo and Freya are probably the most predictable. Bomo has almost exclusively played Ahri and Yone every single game, and Freya has looked significantly better on Miss Fortune than any other champion, and has played Miss Fortune for half of the games he's played. So, like, those are possible 2 target bans coming up from the Egoist that they could, focus on to try and get them off a, slightly more comfortable matchup. But I think we are having some more issues with getting some players into lobby. So I think we're going to throw it back to a quick break while we get everything sorted out. And we will hopefully be back shortly for picks and bans. And we are finally back for the start of Champ Select between the Black Sheep and the Egoist. Black Sheep on the blue side, African Rhino in the top lane, Molly in the jungle, Bobo mid lane, Freya as AD carry, and Gent as support. And the Egoist on the red team with Geyser in the top lane, Rake in the jungle. Now we wait Mid lane, Ashan subbing in for AD carry, and Ultro is actually subbing in for support. The overlay has not quite updated, but
So you're
couple
telling me
bands
the
coming
Egoist
out.
have a sub bot lane?
Yeah.
Not exactly what you want to have, but a good opportunity for the subs to prove themselves and show up today. So we'll see which way it goes.
Yeah. It's fine. We're gaming. As the Aurelia and Karthus band coming out, as well as maybe the Evelyn, interesting band, as well as the Senna and Aatrox by the Egoist, and it's going to be another band for Rhino up in the top lane as Camille is looked to be the third band. So no targeting into Freya or Bomo here, and instead trying to keep Rhino on one of his less comfortable champions.
I'm tempted to ask what you mean, considering.
Yeah, he only
Wait,
has
what was it, 8 different champions over 10 games?
Yeah, I'm sorry. He only has 6 other champions he's played this season. Okay, we're narrowing the pool. Now, if we pick one here and then ban 2 more, then
Now, if Caitlyn first pick, do you think this is going to be a lethality Caitlyn or a normal one?
I hope it's a
Lethality
normal
gaining
one.
A little bit
Nah,
of
it's lethality.
in my solo queue games.
It's lethality. Why be normal?
Lethality Caitlyn is just no. Don't do
So
that.
great, I know. It's
You're an elo terrorist for your own team.
I also wasn't aware that 80 carries were in such high priority as Ezreal is locked in and returned.
Yeah, this is a an interesting draft strategy so far by both teams, just locking in all the 80 carries early. But we have a man.
Yeah, I like it. We got the Udyr, another interesting pick. I mean, I don't really know too much about these picks right now just because I haven't seen them recently, but typically Udyr's a pretty annoying champion to go against if he can get rolling. You know, he gets a few early ganks off with his stun, you set some stuff up, he gets snowballing in the jungle, he rolls over the enemy jungle, and Fiddlesticks is a champion that might get rolled over, but not very easily. He can set up a lot of vision for himself. Then Ahri is also another safe one to pick in the mid lane. So, good response.
Yeah, I think the Black Sheep are kind of getting everything they want so far here. Molly has been, playing some games of this Fiddlesticks. Bomo's got his, one of his 2 picks that he has a lot of agency on in the mid lane. And we're just going to lock in the Xerath into Fiddlesticks Ahri, which is going to be very difficult to actually navigate, but we'll have to see how good the skill shots are early on. But it's gonna require lots of ward control to make sure that you don't just die out of nowhere.
Yeah, lots of vision control, but you can try to scout a little bit with your ultimate. You shoot over walls with it where he might be when a team fight starts. It seems pretty int, but it might save your team. But otherwise, yeah.
It's not going to. He's just gonna int his ult if he does that.
Oh, but come on, it'd be funny.
Yeah, but it's okay because
It'd be funny to get flamed too.
After playing some more Xerath games yesterday, I have still come to the realization that people still don't know that he has an extra ult charge, and they just stop dodging once they've counted past what they think he should have, and they just walk into the last one. So
it's really funny.
And that last one hurt just a little bit.
Why would you read patch notes when you could just experience it?
Exactly. What's their actual shots now? I think it was at 7 or 9.
So let's see here. What bands?
It's 27.
27 shots from Xerath Ultimate. That sounds like some Nerf.
Yeah. It's definitely 27. It's definitely not just an extra added 1 off of what he used to have. So it's 4, 5, and 6 now instead of 3, 4, and 5. But
pretty sure it's 6, 6, and 6 actually.
Oh, yep. As we get the Nautilus here locked in for Ultra in the bot lane.
They're hovering Zac, which would be an interesting pick. Do you think that would be a Zac support?
I've seen it. I don't believe in it, but I've seen it.
Well, we'll see what happens because it's either Zach
Yep.
or Fiddlesticks as the support and Gnar in the top lane.
Nope, Narza actually rising in the support pool. If you haven't been paying attention to LCS.
I mean, I did watch Busio, lock in support Aatrox in one of his, solo queue games. So maybe support Gnar is just also a thing. But I'm gonna guess it's probably just support Zach. It would be my guess. But maybe they put Fiddlesticks there, but Wukong coming out.
All I can say is that it's about time the support role stole a champion from another role that wasn't mid lane.
True. Yeah, so these are both some interesting comps going in from each team. The Egoist.
It's so Xerath. Okay, Xerath mid. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I had Xerath pegged as the support in my mind, and it suddenly didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think the Egoists have a little bit more like cohesion in their team comp. They just have a lot of this poke with the Ezreal Xerath, and then just some people who want to kind of stand in front of you and brawl with people. So it's definitely like good, set up objectives first, get there beforehand, and just kind of control the area. But if you don't control the area very well, there's a Fiddlesticks and a Zac on the other team who can engage from odd and interesting angles that will kind of destroy the Xerath if he's not aware of them.
Yeah, and then you have Gnar to follow up with the frontline fighters to throw them all back into the crowd control chain. It's just not a good look if the Black Sheep get going.
Yeah, and it's definitely it's not like a super hard lane, but it's definitely a Ahri favored in terms of kill pressure matchup in the mid lane here. So if he doesn't fall behind early in terms of health, like the first couple levels, you just always have kill threat on the Xerath, especially if Fiddlesticks is around to help layer some CC. And Fiddlesticks or Xerath kind of has to take cleanse, which means he just won't have that TP that's really helpful in the early game to kind of stem any sort of bad trade or all in that you barely survive from. So we'll have to see.
Yeah,
but before
you can save a death with teleport, but it'd be a pretty greedy summoner in a game like this. But yeah. I have seen it.
Look, all I'm saying is I played Xerath into Lissandra the other day, and I completely forgot to take cleanse, and they never ulted me once. So, you just don't need this. Don't need it. It's fine.
Yeah, if you just mind control them to not press their buttons, then it turns out you don't need yours.
All right. So looking at the drafts, kind of talked about the pros and cons of each team. Who do you think actually comes out on top in this game?
I think Black Sheep have the easier comp to execute, which is typically what I vote for, which means I'd honestly like to see the Egoists win, which sounds very odd, but I typically vote for the easier to execute comps because you just don't see a lot of teams playing around their comp versus where a lot of teams, they'll find their victories by playing around players. So.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely agree in terms of this. I think Bomo's kind of been a big playmaker for the Black Sheep and accelerating the pace of the game, and he gets to play on this Ahri who's gonna have agency all the time, not just as the champion but also just in the lane matchups. So I think the Black Sheep will probably come out on top in this first game. But
and that's the unfortunate thing when the DPS in your comp is oriented around poke and the main carry of the enemy comp is such a mobile champion like Ahri. In a perfect world, if Bomo gets rolling, you're not going to be able to hit him with much damage anymore unless you get the lockup from your frontliners. But at that point, if he's so fed and he's playing around his team, there's just not much you can do.
Yeah, but luckily for the Egoists, the game result isn't decided by us talking after champ select. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see both teams fight it out for game one.
And we are in game. I hope everyone's ready for a banger because this one is definitely going to 33 minutes and 28 seconds.
All right. Based the analysis.
It's a bold prediction, but it's what I firmly believe in.
All right. Well, we'll have to see, how accurate your prediction skills, happen. But neither team looking to do anything level 1. Just sheep. A little trying to catch out a cheeky invade, but they aren't going to go for it. Xerath does not have cleanse. He does have the TP, so
I may have called it out. I just felt the greed on the wind and knew exactly what he was going for.
How does Ezreal decide I need cleanse, but Xerath doesn't?
Some mysteries are lost to time.
It's okay. He's going to use his TP to absolutely gap the enemy team, and it's all going to be worth it.
Well, I mean, Ahri didn't take the ignite either, so her kill pressure is not as much as it could be in this lane.
Yeah. The Ahri just believed the Xerath would take cleanse and was like, I'll just take TP instead.
So what you're telling me there is that Xerath is playing chess in 5 dimensions.
Yeah. Just a masterful bait by the Xerath here. Just absolutely destroying this Ahri level 1. Who could have expected that to happen? But just getting into some early lanes here. I expect the sheep to have push in the spot lane once we actually, there we go, come back from this little bit of bug. This Nautilus doesn't do a whole lot to contest the wave early on. Although I'm not sure how much Fiddlesticks is helping right now, but at least he's a ranged auto attacker. So
the level 2 power spike, double silence with a comet that hits both of them. That's a very good poke. They're still not level 2. More damage comes through, but nothing truly in danger. Just a pretty good trade in favor of Black Sheep.
Oh, I just realized this is first strike Caitlyn, so it's definitely a hold. That is Jen's jumping on.
Oh.
Massive up, sorry. We should have casted that massive engage. Back comes in. Charm comes out from Ahri. Ari's looking for the kills. I'm just not exactly seeing the kill angle here, so sorry. Wasn't certainly right on that. My apologies.
Well, Xerath's gonna use his TP here. But
it fixes his lane, Yeah.
Caitlyn has first strike, so I'm assuming that means they're gonna go for lethality, which if either Udyr or Wukong get anywhere ahead of the pace of the game, this Caitlyn's just going to do absolutely nothing all game. So I'm a little disappointed to see that, as a gank might be happening here. But
gank is avoided by a good caliber net.
And somehow Xerath gets to recall after pushing this wave without having to use his TP after being down at 5 HP from that gank, so
it's pretty surprising, but Ahri is going to have a little bit of tempo here. She'll be able to clear the wave and look for a roam, and I want to see if what she does with it. I think that's going to be pretty important for the state of her lane, because a lot of her talent was going to rely on something early. Udyr goes in for the stun. No Nautilus hook to follow up, though, so the gank interrupts me. I start to cast, and I lose the point.
Yeah, that is, I mean, it's still Fiddlesticks flash burned. Also could, look for some sort of Hex Flash out of the bush into a hook, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay here as Fiddlesticks is now down both summoners, but looks like everyone's just going to back off here as both backs coming out by the top laners, both of them getting 700 gold buying Sheen, backing and then coming back to lane. As Xerath is managed just to stick around here, is healed up enough with his potions, comfortable staying here down a back, and we'll see, looking to hold on until he can actually get that lost chapter to finally take that first back, as it doesn't, if you can help it, it doesn't really help you to back on, less than 1100 gold. because the components, you're gonna buy what 10 AP, and that's it. So
Not really what you want to spend your gold on, just because you're missing out on that really important early experience to get your levels and your spells.
Yeah.
But he takes a little more damage here, but Nautilus might be able to get an angle. He's holding the hook, walks up, gets the auto attack, cancels it. The flash comes out. He gets the secondary auto. Stun followed up. A lot of damage coming through. He's got the slow, but not quite enough. Only gets the second auto. Ari kisses him to say goodbye. She's going to take a recall in safety.
Yeah, I don't know what FOMO just was doing in there to use all of his mana up, and after already taking a quick recall early on, but now it's to use the TP, and
yeah, now we wait. Might be in a little bit of a bad position here. Ari teleports back, has full mana, full health, gonna be hitting level 6 soon. He's not quite finished with the wave, but depending on how much experience Bomo has, there is a kill angle there. You just walk forward, accept that the minions are gonna do 200 damage to you because it's a cannon minion, but if you're able to kill it and hit level 6, then you use your ultimate, use your W, and you murder this fool for having less than 100 health in your face.
yeah, well, now
Speaking of low health, Zach jumps away. Gonna get out. Sorry.
looking to start up this early dragon here, and with that chunk onto Zach, Xerath can still TP if he wants to come back quickly. Has stopped by the inhibitor, so there we go. Finally starting to walk again. Just can't talk and walk at the same time.
Might have clicked on a minion under the turret and got stopped. It happens to the best of us.
So no dragon is going to be taken here, as Rake is just going to be able to secure the Scuttle Crab. But with Molly looking down here in the bot lane, Ultra still doesn't have Flash. We'll see if he shows himself here, and that could be the trigger for Zach to look for something. But not much has really happened in this early game so far. A couple close calls going around that mid lane with both teams having multiple members come and take a look, but only Flashes being burned so far. So we'll see if we can get a first blood here, anytime soon, as now Wayne's putting down a lot of damage here on FOMO. Keeping him at that half health threshold is really going to limit his options to look for an all-in, as he'll kind of be in return kill threat ranges. Ultra might be looking for something, but he is down a level.
The minion wave's pretty big. He walks into the minion wave, lands the passive. Caitlyn damage comes out, burns through the field. Silence comes out, can't do anything else. Oh, but the flash is burned. He grabs a minion, fight switches back to bot lane. Means the stun probably doesn't come out from Zach, as Ezreal burns as he takes a trade. Still no first blood.
So Bomo, you got to be careful here. Just all of Zog charges, and now the Xerath all comes out.
2, 3.
He needs to hit this.
4! First blood goes over to Xerath.
And that was just way too greedy by Bomo. They're just using your ult charges in his face to not even dodge anything. You were just trying to get a little bit of extra damage in.
Yeah, a little bit of damage, but honestly, I think the damage went to the minions, so it just amounted to wave clearing by dashing in his face. Downright disrespectful, and now we wait, showing him to his place for doing that, and coming up with a first blood, combined with the first strike gold, that's going to be a decent lead.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like exactly what you wanted here. You burn the first Ariel, you get Xerath's Flash, now he's going to be just an easy target for the next 5 minutes with Zach, just can constantly hover, but he's still the target, but giving him back that extra kill is just a bit unfortunate. But we'll see if they can actually just punish him here, as they do have a lot of ways to get on him, and the Arialt is almost up again, and probably looking to burn it on cooldown, but Geyser might be in trouble. But
comes out. Geyser gets away. The stun comes out from Zach, but it's not enough to pull him too far out from under the turret. Wukong goes back in for a lot of damage onto African Rhino. He was about to transform, but decides not to take the fight. It doesn't look like he's in too great of a spot. I mean, Gnar doesn't have that good natural health regen, and he just got to, 40% hit points after burning his passive, so Black Sheep are going to take the opportunity and go ahead and do the dragon.
Yeah, they just get this free dragon here because they know Molly showed on top side. He might be looking for another engage here, but the clone should be back up. Plus the Wukong ult, he can always interrupt the Zach dash if he needs to. But might just face check here, but he was going to miss.
He misses the Q. Gets
Ari is here.
Up. He's in good position. Ari's on the roam, but Gnar's really low hit points. Wukong goes deep and falls to Bomo as he lands a nice charm over the wall, pull him back, save African Rhino, who can now clear his wave in safety.
Yeah, and like I kind of talked about in champs, like he really likes to have these agency champions where he roams the sides a lot. So he's able to, drop one wave, was able to pick up a kill, kind of relieve a little bit of pressure here, but Rhino had to burn his flash in that engage where Geyser was able to hold on to it. So still, a little bit in favor of the Sheep, but the Eagles were able to, kind of get some stuff back for that as they were able to secure the Dragon here and start working towards their stacking, as it's going to be an Ocean Dragon for 2, so kind of the 2 big souls. I guess one of the big souls for this comp is off the table with that Hex check, but they can still get Infernal or Mountain, which would both honestly be pretty good against what the Sheep have here in terms of more poke damage or just that extra survivability. But Gent's on a ward, so Sean should be fine.
Yeah, but they're looking. His support isn't quite back yet. Not going to find anything, just a little bit of poke onto the Fiddlesticks.
Yeah.
Won't mean too much. He's able to heal off the wave, but Caitlyn probably has told him not to touch it.
Yeah, if we take a look at the jungle here, there's a pretty big CS lead opening up by Rake. As Molly's looked for a couple of these ganks, it hasn't really found much success. Rake has just been power farming, getting it 1 dragon, now to a 10 camp lead, 40 CS up, is kind of really putting himself in a good spot. Like we mentioned with the lethality Caitlyn. Not really going to be the best at damaging people who even have a bunch of health, let alone armor. So the Udyr's really putting himself in a good spot. Now it's looking for something down here, but will be spotted out. Yeah, it's the normal. Yeah, the normal build I see on Udyr is the demonic into a kind of full tank after that. It just gives you a lot of damage throughout the game, and kind of means that if you go full tank, you really lack a lot of threat on 1v1 skirmishes.
It's really been the premier battle mage item for the tankier side of things, like for champions, like Sejuani and Udyr.
Yeah. But, we'll see if they're able to, utilize that, or if they're just going to be content to keep farming for a while, because we did get first blood, we got another kill as well, but 2 kills at 12 minutes is considerably slower than both these teams' average game pace.
Both of them might be, playing it safe, playing it really careful. Maybe the nerves are getting to them because it's the semifinals, but perhaps they're just being cautious, playing safe, and that's their strategy for a long series of games. You don't want to give up early games because they might make the difference in the end.
As Gent is trying to be sneaky here, but Altro did see him, but now Gent sees Altro.
Uses the fear, gets away, but a lot of poke from the extra range from Freya onto Ishon. Is it going to matter? The fight breaks out, the CC comes down, Freya flashes away, but Ishon's really low. He ends up dying to the Caitlyn. Caitlyn uses the ultimate to get a little more damage onto the Nautilus. Jack does not have anything to pull him back with, and a kill coming through for the Egoist.
Just a good turnaround by Gent, finding, a good angle there. Freya maybe baiting a little bit too well, almost going down there, having to use both summoners, but Gent was able to find the Fog of War there and ult in to secure that fear.
Oh, the ultimate comes out from both top laners. He throws him back, but he knocks him up. Wukong is getting a lot of damage and ends up taking out Gnar. Oh, Freya almost dying of the Ezreal ultimate. You can feel the pain and despair of Ishon as it's not...
Xerath!
Oh, but Xerath from downtown picks up some extra gold from the first strike as a little bit of extra disrespect in the wound.
Oh, man, and now Bomo might have to commit the ult here to get out to safety. He's being collapsed on.
A little greedy with his position to get that wave in, and it's not going to mean a whole lot. Xerath just holds his own wave. They pop the Rift Herald, but now Bomo's missing, 35% of his health. Some plates and gold go over to the Black Sheep, and it looks like they're doing pretty well this game.
Yeah, the Egoist, opening up a pretty good gold lead. Nothing to write home about, but you definitely won't complain about being up, 1,500 gold with this poke style comp. Working on your second dragon here, which looks like it's going to be uncontested as Arya's taking a back.
I have flipped the teams, haven't I?
Yeah.
Rookie mistake.
Unfortunate. But Molly is still kind of posturing here, maybe looking for a cheeky steal, but he has no backup, and now he's going to go straight in by himself.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen except his death here. His team tries to back him up, but they just don't see the angle. Passive burn, they're not really going to be able to protect him. He's gonna be another kill passed over to Now We Wait, and that Xerath is starting to look really massive.
Yeah, I mean, 3 kills already on the Xerath. He's going to have his first item here relatively soon. And that's going to just a ton of poke is going to be coming out here between him and the Ezreal already having Triforce. It's going to be really hard to stand in front of the team here unless they can find a really, fast snap engage, which they do have the tools for. So definitely not out of the woods yet here for the Egoist. But now it was a 1,500 gold lead like a minute ago. They're over 2,000 gold. So definitely accelerating the pace here, which is really what you want to see from any team, regardless of their comp at this kind of level, because it's really hard to trust, scaling or, out macroing the other team.
Yeah, we're very close to a power spike out of the other poke champion in Ezreal, but Xerath backing and getting that piece of his Shadow Flame. Oh, damage comes out. Bomo has to burn the ultimate over the wall to get to safety, but as I was saying, you have the Hextech Alternator, I think it's called, or is that the full item?
Yeah, no, that's the component.
So the Hextech Alternator adds that, little bit of extra damage. I think it's like 90 or 100 at this stage of the game onto your Q, which adds up quite often. I mean, it's on a 35, 40-second cooldown, so every time you're landing poke on the enemies, that damage adds up much more than just the ability power that the item gives you.
Yeah, and
especially
we'll have to see
with First Strike.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he goes for the Shadow Flame or goes for the Horizon Focus, as basically all of his abilities are in the range to proc it, but we might have a fight here as
Guys are caught out, gets stunned up. Gnar comes through with a lot of damage. He uses his ultimate to buy some time. Rate comes in. We'll see if they can turn this fight. Gnar throws him into the wall. The Xerath ult comes down. They're both stacked together. Double kill at the same time. Coming in for Xerath. Freya might be in a bad position, but Ultra's already burned her hook. Rake is running in fast. We'll see if he can catch her. He uses the smite to get close, gets the stun. The Xerath Q doesn't damage Freya, but the Nautilus ultimate comes out to knock her up. Won't be to any effect. Ghost gets her out of range.
Yeah, they're just, throwing everything here. The Sheep thought they might have a pick there, but between Udyr already being there, kind of hiding in the fog war behind it, and the Xerath coming over the top, there was just no way they were actually killing anyone there before they went down. So a bit unfortunate for them, looking for that play, and then the rest of the team just kind of threw everything they had at Freya, trying to, at least get summoners, if not more, on the follow-up.
Especially because if they kill Freya, they get the mid lane turret. They've got Ezreal sieging the bot lane turret, which is low, and they just took the top lane turnip. We have seen this gold lead balloon now from 2k to 3k gold, and they're about to take 2 more objectives.
Yeah, and this Xerath is just peppering people with damage. Molly's going to have to be super on point in finding the Xerath kind of out of position and just immediately jumping on him. But as long as Now We Wait kind of plays respectful enough of where he can be engaged from, it's going to be really hard for the Sheep here. Is just immediately dropping a ward over that wall, knowing that's where he can be engaged from.
Freya come through and Caitlyn comes down. It's so painful. 10 seals on the Dark Seal, or 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. What is that? I think it's a total of roughly 60, 70 ability power.
40.
55. 40 plus 15 from the item. Okay, so 60 was my better guess. But 55 is still a lot of ability power for a starter item.
Yeah, and he's going to go back here. He should complete the second item, and it is the Horizon Focus, so that's just going to make that poke damage.
Yeah, and very importantly, it's going to give him vision if he hits Fiddlesticks, which means that Fiddlesticks won't be able to get his passive off, not just for when you hit the ability, but for the next few seconds afterwards as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an underrated aspect of the item against certain champions, just giving you that extra vision. Normally it's super helpful when you're behind and you can hit one person with a skill shot, and they can't just stay hiding in that bush. You can at least see them. But when you're ahead like this, it's just that extra damage from, if you're outside of 650 range, but that's just, 10% extra damage coming out as Gent is in a little bit of trouble here.
He's not in a good spot. He flashes to get away, but Wukong has a second ultimate. The fear buys him some time, but the flash comes out of Ezreal. Another flash, and the Xerath ultimate comes through. Caitlyn is taking so much damage. The ultimates come down. The extra shot comes through, and Now We Wait is godlike.
that extra shot, man. Frey was like, all right, I just flushed this last one and we're good. And the last ult came in. As now Wade has been on point with not just the ult, but kind of all of his abilities here. He's been hitting most of his shots, and that's a recipe for success when you're already this far ahead. Now, 7 kills. And really, the Sheep are kind of in a position where they're just hoping that he severely missed positions so they can jump on him.
Yeah,
But
we do have to mention he is worth 1,000 gold. So although we've seen the gold lead balloon to now 4,500, if he dies, immediately it's back down to 3,500.
yay, we're only down 3.5 now, guys.
I mean, it is a comeback, though. If you get it on the right person, then you can begin to play around them, and you get a lot of tempo in the game. And speaking of tempo, Rake getting caught out below half health. Ezreal ult comes through onto 3 people, but it's not enough. Shutdown brings us back to only a 4,000 gold lead.
All right, they're still going here. Xerath is still not here. They're looking for the engage on Ultra, who's...
Oh, CC comes through, and Ultra gets knocked down as well. They're knocking away the gold lead systematically, and they're going to see if they can take the Baron. They're starting it up. They've got the numbers advantage. It's a 5v3.
They can't do this.
Oh, no. Fiddlesticks takes so much damage. Xerath pops the ultimate. The shots are coming through. Does he have the aim? Fiddlesticks is walking back and forth, but he ends up sinking him, and he is now legendary.
Oh... Man, I really like, you know, the original engage, but you just have to know that once Xerath is there, there's no way you kill Baron before he kills you from over the wall. And,
yeah, Xerath is just not the champion that you want to do Baron in front of. I mean, there are some mid laners that, you know, they can't get their damage in without, you know, getting close to you or committing to the engage, but Xerath is not one of those.
How pathetic that damage is from the Caitlyn ult.
Yeah, she is pulling the lethality build. She uses her trump card, and Xerath responds by saying, you have to channel this, you're stuck in place, I'll land 1 Q and double your damage. It's not a good look.
Yeah, I mean, even if, like, Xerath wasn't alive when they started that Baron, how long do you think it takes lethality, 2-item lethality Caitlyn to actually kill the Baron?
You know,
I would guess the entire respawn timer and walk back time for the rest of the team that was down.
Yeah, only having the attack speed boots and not even having the luxury of being near a brush for more headshots. It's just, you just don't have that much DPS with your auto attacks. It all comes from your abilities, and if you spam them at Baron, then you're gonna run out of mana.
Yeah, and you know, us being now, you know, a little bit under 5,000 gold, the Egoist did collect their 3rd dragon here. Unfortunately, it's the Cloud Drake. Xerath doesn't quite appreciate that one very much.
The extra movement speed on ulti is fantastic, and I will not have you slander otherwise with facts like Xerath roots himself when he presses R. Those are inconvenient truths that I won't be recognizing.
Oh, Freya, if he hits these ults, he's dead.
Oh, can he count? More shots are coming through, but the directed camera doesn't change to even watch them, so we know that they're misses as soon as they're fired, but... sometimes the spectator has its perks.
And there we go. We're just going to start up this Baron here. This is going to be a free Baron for them. They can just use this to kind of brute force their way down. I guess they've already gotten the turrets in mid lane. Maybe they look for these turrets in bot lane. They're still hanging on for dear life.
Side lane turrets to consolidate their pressure around their base. I mean, you can't just run it down mid and, you know, try to poke through all of their defenses at once. You got to whittle down the side, get them to be a smaller cell, and then you snap.
Well, it is kind of debatable whether or not they could just run it down mid. I think they might be able to, but...
that is true. You know, with a 6,000 gold lead, anything is possible.
Yeah. I mean, as long as Xerath doesn't get jumped on, I think they can pretty much do whatever they want. As Molly is just going to pay for his...
trying to lock down the 80 carry Gent, finding himself in a bad position as Ray takes him out. They all seem to want the flank, but Mollywop a little bit early on it. Ray continuing the fight. He's on the carries. He's getting a good amount of damage onto Freya. Rhino locks some people up with a good response, but doesn't have the health bar to stay in the fight for very long himself. Speaking of that, Nautilus almost dies in the background. The ultimates come down, the shots come through, and the ace is given to Xerath.
All right, and I think
9-0-2 with 18 stacks on his Magi's.
Yeah, and I think that's just game here. They should just be able to walk this straight down mid. They have enough of a wave here to survive, and no one's even up for the next 10 seconds.
If
no one important is up for the next 20. So.
Guaranteed. We'll see if we see 20.
All right, Fiddlesticks is going in. This is the play.
He comes in with the ultimate, he gets stunned up and completely disappeared like a magic trick from Xerath. Xerath is continuing to fire his abilities at
Rake.
Zac as soon as he gets him up, and he misses, so no damage comes through. They're gonna have to back off. You know, Fiddlesticks did buy some more time in the game there.
All right, that was a valiant defense there by the Sheep. They haven't lost yet, but now they're just bush camping, and
they catch the Zac out, who takes so much damage from the first strike. Xerath, he almost dies. The Ezreal tries to catch him out, but he manages to walk in a direction that Ezreal didn't predict, so he will live, but just barely. Now Wait, getting a little ahead of himself, but he immediately shut me up by killing his opponent.
That was their one chance. He was extremely far forward, but fortunately Bowman not able to react, and now Frey is just going to go down.
The ultimate comes through. He's taken a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter. He's able to dish it faster than Narcan, so much so that his defenses don't make a difference.
All right, now surely this is going to be game, right?
He buys Death Cap, 25 stacks. I'm imagining if we click on him, we're going to see something ridiculous like 789 AP. And Fiddlesticks can't even survive an open ultimate. That's just unfortunate.
All right, I think Xerath might
end next game. He times it. He doesn't even die. Oh no.
All right, you know, if I'm the Sheep, I think the takeaway here is we failed to punish the Xerath. Let's not risk it in game 2, and we're just gonna ban it, and you know, pay a little bit of respect here. Drop one of our other bans, because the rest of the map, it was kind of, you know, it was fine. But Xerath, he got a couple kills just from his ult range being so far. He could kind of help out the rest of his team. And once he got a couple kills, he just refused to miss anything. And that was kind of all that she wrote for that game. So
yeah, you know, Xerath is balanced around not hitting all of his skill shots. So when you don't miss, it makes the champion look very unbalanced.
True. But, you know, well, a good performance from the Egoist for that game, you know. They had 2 subs, but, you know, they showed why they were the higher seed with kind of a 1v9 performance. From Now We Wait. I guess it's unfair. It's more of just a 1v5. His team wasn't inting. They just weren't needed. But we'll see how the Black Sheep can adapt as we move into game 2. But until then, we'll be throwing it to a quick break, and we'll be back shortly.
And
The Black
we
Sheep are already
back.
failing at their draft.
Are they?
I don't see a Zareth ban. I don't see a.
Holy
Well,
shit.
there's one more ban left to go, so we'll see what they decide to ban. Leading off with a Zaya and an Aurelia ban. Didn't see them last game. Probably because they were banned, I assume. But I
Yes.
don't remember.
They were in fact.
There it is.
There it is.
And the Zareth ban coming through. You kind of got to respect it. If someone picks a champion and gets 25 stacks on a Magi, it's a ban next game. It is what it is.
Nah, you could just pick Vi and then just ulti him and then he dies.
Well,
But
yeah, but based on last game, he would just kill the Vi. It was that bad.
oh man. Well, I trust you.
Well, the Eagles
Oh, nice.
lead off with an Ash pick.
That's
Yay!
probably lethality, Ash.
No, don't speak those words.
No,
Don't speak those fucking words in this chat.
See, it won't be because Melly is the only humanated carry in this league, so I trust Melly to pull this out.
Melly has hands, so he will take lethal tempo, he will build the correct build, and he will carry the game.
Okay.
And once again, we have 80 carries picked B1 red R1. Both games.
Nice. Lethality Sivir. Can't wait for this.
Sivir in response, probably not going the lethality build. I'd imagine it's
How many?
Nope, this is going to be first strike lethality Sivir, and they're going to
Sir,
bet on the
advance your
bounces from
mind. I need you to advance
ricochets.
your mind a season forward, okay?
I
Lethality
refuse.
Sivir is dead, okay? It died.
and Riot killed it.
Yeah, I mean,
They killed it.
so was
It's gone.
Lethality Caitlyn, and that was played last game, so.
Yeah, but Lethality Caitlyn is brand new. It's what killed
Oh,
FNX Saber.
there's Unicorn's favorite pick. That's definitely
Let's go.
support.
Oh, yeah, this is a support pick. Big trust. There's no way Molly would play like the most played champion in the jungle. Definitely support Maokai.
I haven't seen it before, so I'll choose to believe you.
Well, right now, at least if Black Sheep are trying to build a solid teamfight comp, they've got two great champions to start it.
Yeah,
I didn't get
pretty
to
easy engage with the Maokai ultimate and the Sivir ult. You slow them down and run at them.
Yeah. The Ash, I mean, they could use just depending, well, knowing how Melly plays, he's going to be playing Ash as an aggressive champ, not a defensive or like a pick style. Well, maybe pick style later in the game, but we know that Melly is going to play forward and, going to be attacking people. Picking the Udyr alongside the Thresh, good combo for a stun into hook into death.
Yeah, they have a lot of crowd control here, a lot of setup for each other. Udyr can slow for Ash, Ash can slow for herself, and all for setting up the Thresh. I mean, who can then layer on the CC with Ash ult, Thresh hook, Udyr stun. I mean, they've got a lot of tools in their belt to catch people out, so we'll see if they're able to use it.
And they pick another team fight. Okay.
Let's go, Maokai support! Woo!
Is it Maokai support or are we getting the...
We called it. We knew.
No. We're getting the Ducky special. We're getting the Ducky special, the Sejuani top. What do you
You
mean?
think Rhino is playing Sejuani top?
Flat people.
Listen, they banned his two mains. Three
He's
mains.
played 8 champions in his 10-game regular season.
Well, then, obviously, the Egoist wasted a ban on Senna. Ban everything he plays, make it plays. Maybe the Egoist get a chance then. If African Rhino's on an unkillable tank.
Yeah, arguably there have been 6 different top laners banned, so they could continue the trend. Go for number 7 here.
They see the top laner.
I was
Yeah,
about
they
to say,
do.
I was like, do they not ban Gwen and then they just pick the S tier top laner anyways, or the classic 6 top bans and you still get an S tier pick? They do have counter pick. The question is, they're gonna pick their mid or they're gonna pick their top here. Who do they want to? Who's more comfortable? Looks like Bomo is more comfortable. Okay,
That's an interesting pick.
Yeah, he has the Ari open.
I felt like Ari would have fit more.
I mean, maybe, probably.
I mean, Azir's a great team fighter, but he has to scale, and his team just wants to run at people. I feel like Ari would be much better to keep up with the team running away from Azir, so he doesn't have to be the engage or like just kind of hold on to his R, which he should be able to do anyways.
Yeah, but Syndra coming out for Now We Wait, putting down the Xerath, picking up the Syndra. If he's able to keep the same tempo and the same sort of presence in lane, then it's just going to start earlier in the game at this rate.
Yeah, and I'll defer to my 2 mid laners here. Actually, 3, 4 if you count our broadcaster. But you tell me, Syndra versus Azir. You tell me, is this favored matchup for either in lane? I know Azir can obviously outscale, but Syndra always has the potential to delete anything on the map. So
I
you
think in
guys tell
lane,
me.
Syndra has a better time.
I think all of Syndra's lanes are bad. So
Yeah. See,
um,
like design-wise, I think Syndra should win, but numbers-wise, I think Azir wins right now.
So you're telling me the scaling mid laner beats the burst mage the entire game?
yeah. See,
200 years.
that's why Azir is so strong right now.
Yeah,
Because whenever
200 years,
Azir's
that's my
numbers
only
are good,
response, yes.
he's actually really impressive in the early levels, which could really just snowball in the lane if it's not played, properly against. So it's definitely something that Bomo can look for.
Yeah,
But
it's like,
maybe it's just sneaky flex. It's actually Azir top, so Boma can play his Yone. What do you think about that?
Is that actually what they're doing?
would be interesting.
Oh no. Well,
Big trust. This is how they get.
big trust.
Azir top, not terrible, especially into a tank. Then you can keep Boma on his playmaking champion that he's played all season.
I mean, we've got Molly and you've got Gen, and even Bomo to an extent are on playmakers. You've got playmakers across the board, but you've got a lot of hard engage from the Black Sheep. I think the Black Sheep have, at least in my opinion, a more smooth comp. I feel like you could fiddle with the mid top, but they will fulfill the purpose of dealing loads of damage and taking up space. So I think they've got a pretty solid one there. The Egoists kind of want to do multiple things. They've got some nice burst damage. The consistent damage, if Melee is ahead, is pretty lackluster. You kind of got like the initial damage from Syndra and then ult damage from Ornn, and that's kind of it. If Melee is dead, and Melee can pump out damage, but he might get caught in a couple of these just from the sheer amount of abilities flying towards him. So we'll see. As an immobile AD carry, I'm a little concerned. Especially if he should take Ghost. Probably not Cleanse. Cleanse probably not help him at all. But I'm favoring the Black Shep in this one. What do you guys think?
I think based on last game that Syndra is going to be able to pull out a little bit of a lead here, which I think does well enough for their burst damage that they'll be able to erase the carries on the Black Shep, and the Egoists with a more classic composition will take the win.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Like, the Black Sheep kind of just melted last game. So we didn't really get to see a good gauge of, their performance. I think they have a little bit better of a team comp. They don't have kind of the weird fiddlesticks support in the Zac jungle, not really being able to pair up well. So maybe they can find something, but I think if they fall behind early like they did in game 1, it could just be a quick repeat of the same performance.
Obviously, I didn't get to see draft 1, so Fiddlestick support is great. Did he get any clutch ultis, or did they just all melt?
We'll go with yes.
He got one that prevented them from winning the game, but then they won it 2 minutes later. So I would say, yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Worth.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm curious.
I don't think Fiddlestick's support was the problem.
I'm gonna say it wasn't the solution either.
Yeah.
You're wrong. That's a bold statement.
Let's go to break as we wait for the 3-minute spectator delay.
No, I don't think so.
And we are in game. The software isn't working. Hey, there we go. We've got the Egoist versus the Black Sheep. Some damage already coming out as a hook misses. Could have been exciting. Not quite. But
Ooh, the ward though from Melly, great ward placement. Getting early vision.
Yeah, but then he just walked into a sapling, so
Yeah,
who's
I
the
think
real winner?
no, he's the winner. You know
Uh,
why? Because he gets to see the start of the jungler.
Oh, no. All right. The Maokai, it doesn't work.
Well, he
What is
lost. Bing
this?
bong. He's back in base.
Where's
Why
his
is he?
E?
He is Aftershock and he's going melee
Ooh.
execute minions.
no,
This is
we need
cringe.
to talk real quick. It actually is the Azir top.
Wait,
Let's
is that-
go!
Oh, we got the Azir top. Okay, all right. The game just got so hyped.
You're
All right.
welcome. I've
You're
predicted
welcome.
everything of part of the Egoist draft.
Dude, somebody just apologized to Geyser really quick in the chat. Rip him having to play into a ranged top lane. It's not as bad as Vayne, but I mean, Azir is pretty rough for Orc.
So we won't even get to answer our question of if Azir Syndra is a bad matchup for which champion, because it's going to be a Syndra Yone. So
Yeah.
new discussion. What do we think?
I think
Uh,
Melly just
we
missed
don't
2
think
minions
too
on
much
that
about
first
it.
wave.
I
Look,
think
you get a
Yon
lot of damage on the
spaces
Maokai,
and just has a longer range and.
this
True.
man is so salty.
Listen,
and base.
listen. Our 3-4 minute discussion about Azir and Syndra is no longer happening. It doesn't matter.
Oh, the level 2 spike comes
Oh,
out. Stun
oh.
comes through. Cleanses burn, but he's still slow. Gent taking a lot of damage. The Ashe getting some autos in. He's almost got the Q ready. Almost got the auto reset. Here it comes out onto Freya. 2 parting autos, and it's such a huge trade advantage for the Black Sheep.
Yeah, the Ego is actually really starting insanely poor here, getting early hooked and then Freya kind of not autoing the wave either to push it so that Ashe and Thresh could get the advantage. I feel like they probably could have pushed it out and looked to push them off, but decided not to, took a really bad trade on top of it, and so that was a little rough. But no,
Yeah.
Rake was looking for something here. No.
Rake, he was just looking to steal some farm, which he successfully did.
Rake's looking
But-
to power farm again.
You know, you guys, you're focusing on the wrong matchups here, okay? You're focusing on these solo laners and not focusing on how this Maokai support is just absolutely griefing with his build and summoner spells and runes. It's disgusting.
You know, no one else is willing to say it, but I feel like Unicorn is only here to dog on players that that pick Maokai support.
Well,
Look,
if
man,
you play the champion correctly, you know, you don't just pick Maokai and be like, oh yeah, I'm a tank, I pick Aftershock. You think about what you do as a support, and you're like, oh yeah, my saplings slow people, and, you know, maybe...
Look,
I should
You
get-
play Maokai support like you played old Misfortune support, okay? You go Comet, you go Spell Thieves, and you just harass people with your saplings, but they're getting flayed back.
they
You might be in
get
trouble.
moved up for the flay. They're double slowed by the Ashe W. A lot of damage coming out.
He's
Maokai has to go in. He just decides to say, Freya, I'm going to see you later. You need to get out with your life. And Ashe gets first blood.
Yeah, real, as Unicorn, you know, was saying, the greedy play from Maokai here, obviously nothing else, is what really got him killed there.
No, it's because he's not running Comet. That's what killed him.
That's like
Yeah, if he had
Comet.
Comet, I think he would have been tankier to, you know, not die.
Comet
Yeah.
guarantees the slow. He's fine.
It's a state of
Guarantees.
mind sort of thing, you know?
Oh yeah, you just wouldn't understand. You're not an AD carry player. You don't see. Actually, I don't think any of us really play support very much, or well.
What are you talking about?
My
But,
brand is clean.
Yeah. Kind of maybe getting us back on track just a little bit. The Syndra is getting the better of these early on trades. You know, forcing Bomo to miss CS, which is nothing, you know, surprising. These early levels, you're just trying to sustain, get your first couple items, maybe get a Vamp Scepter early on to try and help sustain this matchup. But shouldn't really be any kill threat by the Syndra, and as long as the Syndra doesn't throw out the stun just willy-nilly once the Yone starts actually getting items, probably not going to be a kill threat for either of these champions and just straight 1v1 for a while. So
Yeah, but
I
the
said
important
looking
thing
for the
Syndra
CS
is
lead.
getting her shards. You know, when you land these multiple abilities, you get the shard, which gives you some mana back, which is good, but you start stacking them up to upgrade your abilities, and especially when you get the W one for 15% extra true damage, it's a really big spike in your combo.
Well, how about you explain this pause, okay? What champion has this ability?
That was actually, most people would think that was Zillion, but that was actually Echo.
Okay. The whole map just got hit by a stun.
Yes.
Huge. As Rhino, being a bit aggressive, but we'll just be able to walk away as they forced Rake off of the respawns of Krugs. So you can see Rake, he timed those Krugs, showed up right as they spawned, and just unfortunate that the sheep were ready to contest him, but might still be hovering around here. Looks like both junglers just gonna find each other as we get a lot of nothing going on here in this top side.
I do actually really like what Rake is doing here. He knows he's got pressure and push bot. So we're gonna fight.
Caught by the Yone ult. Yone trying to get as much damage as he can while Udyr is eating the fruit. He goes for the ghost and goes for chase down. He gets the ignite, a little bit of damage, but he gets backed off by Syndra. Oh, the ghost damage comes back and leaves Udyr with just single or maybe double-digit health.
I think that's interesting that he started off with Yone ult. He probably should have held that.
You know, I see where he wanted to catch him up. Oh, he flashes the scoop, returns it with a stun. He's getting some damage down, but it's not enough to finish him off. I think even if he lands the Q, Azir probably walks away with his life there.
Is this the gotcha moment where you're like, haha, Cinder didn't one-shot him? No? Okay, well...
Yeah.
Well, okay, well, going back to what I was talking about.
You have to hit abilities to one-shot people.
True.
Well, to point out what Rake is really doing here, he is constantly pathing up to the top side of the map to make sure that Geyser doesn't really get jumped on to give this Azir any type of pressure. Syndra have been holding the wave, as Unicorn had pointed out, holding the wave really, really well and forcing the Yone to base and have a CS deficit here. So they've got a nice winning position. If anything, they really want to start getting pressure on this dragon with all of this bot prio that they've had the entire early game. So I think that's their next step, but it looks like the Shep are already ahead of them on that with the push in bot lane.
Yeah,
looks like they're going to secure this one.
Get on this dragon, you know. Egoists, they have the ability to step on the gas, but if they don't do it quickly enough, then Shep might be able to get a little bit of an advantage back in these stacking dragons.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. You're trying to trade kind of the gold advantage in terms of trading it for the first dragon.
Damage coming out just in a trade onto the Yone. I mean, the damage from Syndra there is just such that there's not much of a threat of him ulting back because you'll just kill him.
Yeah, it is kind of how the early matchup here goes, but Yone kind of gets to a point once he has 1-2 items where he's just not in any threat, but Azir might be in some threat. So is Freya.
Red Hook is blocked.
The mid lane is...
He gets stunned up by the Sejuani. It's not looking good for Syndra. She gets the damage that she can, but Sejuani ends up taking the kill. Probably wanted to pass that over to the Yone. That's why neither of them picked it up for a second. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there, but also a kill onto the top laner as Azir gives his life for that play.
Yeah, and it actually looks like the Shep are aware of the invade here by Rake. He actually might be in a lot of danger here in about 2 seconds. Oh, he is in a lot of danger.
Oh, Yone's coming up. Misses
Passive is on.
But gets a little bit of damage onto him. Goes Ghost. Sees if he can chase him down. Flashes come out to try and get it. He get the stun, get the kill, get a little bit of damage, and see his way out. Pretty well played, but now Syndra's here. Oh, but Sejuani held her dash that whole time. Dashes to safety. Well executed on the side of the sheep.
Yeah. They just know Rake's tendencies here. He's been a very farm-focused jungler this entire season, and they know that this game he's really tunneled in on those Krugs, so just really paying attention to that, making sure they're sending multiple people there every spawn, just to make sure, force him off if he tries to steal it. Or in that case, I think he was able to secure it, but ended up having to give his life for it.
Yeah,
so,
not a good trade.
Yeah,
not a good trade. But...
Still up. They still, about 1,500, a little more gold lead here. They have a lot of pressure in both their mid and bot lane. As you can see, just the damage just from the poke from the Ashes already starting to chunk Gent out, as he really just has a ruby crystal to his name here, so not a whole lot of defense that he has, as once again the league client or spectator is showing us how great it was made. And
amazingly, actually,
one of the most well-coded pieces of software, some would say.
Some would say.
Though
Not
some
many.
would be wrong objectively, but
I don't know. You say some people would say. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that the League Spectator client is a good piece of work. So
I don't even think the developers have said that.
I'm confused. Ash backed, hit 6. Where's the Ash ult mid?
Just because I do that does
well,
not
there's
mean
no one. There's no one in mid lane, so that would be a little weird.
Well,
to
if you
there.
yeah, but when Ash backed there was.
You're
Okay.
just a griefer. All right.
I agree.
There's no
well,
griefing.
to come back to the game, I'm a little disappointed that the Egoists really didn't contest the first Herald at all. I know they got the first kill out of it in...
Syndra threw her stun away, and now Yone's looking for revenge, but he doesn't find it. I thought a fight was going to break out there with Sejuani looking up, but he did not have the time in the ghost form.
Yeah, was looking for the QR, still is kind of fishing for it. I don't know if they know that was warded no longer anymore.
Oh,
they
here
went
comes
for
the
it.
ult and forced the flash
Syndra
out.
flashed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but good.
The spectator client does that. Because Syndra flashed it well enough there to not take any damage, we just don't get to see it.
Yeah, the spectator's like, you know what? You would rather see this Ornn last hitting under turret. Okay.
Than that else. Well, we did see there's a nice play out of Molly to get another flash off that Syndra, which means anytime here in the next minute or so when they decide to float back around, Yone has arc and get a nice easy setup into that, just canceling out any type of stun that Syndra would do, getting full CC down. So Syndra very vulnerable as well.
Yeah, it's definitely important because of what Unicorn was saying earlier, in that now if Syndra goes for a trade where she throws her stun out, Yone should be able to just retaliate. He's got the attack speed, and she doesn't have the damage to one-shot him, especially without her flash, and he has his ultimate and his ignite, so if she burns the ability that pushes you away, just run her down.
Yeah, and you know, I hope for, you know, a little bit more coordinated because, you know, like we saw in last game, as I'll hold that point, was we're gonna get a fight here. So
but a
plans...
hook on the 80 carry, the cleanse doesn't do a whole lot, gonna have to burn the flash as well, and the spell shield. She's getting as much damage as she can on the backline, but she gets ignited, gonna have to run away, but might not get too far as the teleport comes in. She gets away, but all the members of the Black Sheep are gonna fall in the team fight on the side. Geyser uses the ultimate to pick up the last kill, and it just did not go well for the Sheep there.
That was a good teleport by Geyser, and it looked, you know, pretty promising for the Sheep, even though Freya got, you know, ulted on originally. That was a huge Maokai ult to kind of cut off the escape, but they decided to try and stand their ground there instead, and that ended up not working out for them with the numbers advantage coming down, as unfortunately Melly committed a flash to jump over the wall to try and secure the last kill on Molly, and the Ornn decided, no, that's mine. I deserve it for TPing, so...
Yeah. Also unfortunate there that African Rhino's teleport was maybe like 15 seconds off or so from that play, so didn't unfortunately get it, but it looks like they're going after Melly here.
Oh, the thresh hook comes down, he gets the flay, they pull him up with the Syndra, but damage doesn't come through as they're now onto Gent. Melly caught out and Bomo's escaped. They're trying to see if they can get the kill. Sejuani ult pops, they're going to pass it over to Freya.
And there's the cost of not having your flash, you know, committing it aggressively in that last fight, is they knew he was vulnerable, and now Bomo, a little bit vulnerable here as well. Has to use the ult to get away.
Yeah.
As now the Herald's coming down here, and that's going to be a lot of gold here funneled into Freya's pocket.
Yeah,
so.
who just finished his static shivs, so it's really good for him to get extra gold on top of it, because now he can clear waves and farm up to be really strong. Azir deciding to dash back in, that's not what you want to do. He doesn't have a whole lot of health, or might not do that much damage, but he can stick around for a while, gonna look for him under the turret, but decides that he doesn't want to risk it. That tower still does a lot of damage to him, not having the ninja tabby.
Asshole! It landed! It landed!
It connects! Ornn's trying to get out! Close enough! Oh no!
Oh, a heartbreaker. That's a feels bad for Melly right there. Landing one of those cross map R's and getting nothing for it. His ult's up.
Oh, the Ornn ult comes away. 2 ultimates burn for this Azir. It almost makes it worth it for him to stick around at this low health if they're going to continue to do that.
It's okay, stopping the recall here. Yeah, we're buying some time, but you know, it's just another punish. If the Ornn had TP'd down and just secured the kill and not used his ult, he could have used his ult to kill the Azir there where the Ash ult landed. But so really, his ult just lost his carry kill and him. Now it's
his ult wasn't up when the Ash ult hit.
Yeah, but it would have been if he didn't use it when he TP'd in just to secure Molly's standing attack.
Oh.
As the person who recalls you saying that was a good TP.
Yeah, it was a good TP, a bad ult. Yeah.
Well, let's be fair. Who knew Melly was gonna flash the wall?
No,
Maybe they
everybody
can't,
actually.
what's the voice comm, maybe?
Actually, everybody probably knew that because Melly is very aggressive.
You know when a team fight starts, you guys you feel the team fight. You don't speak it.
Oh, ooh.
Well, it looks like that's Geyser's fault.
No, no. Oh wait, Bum was caught.
Oh, Bomo not in a good position here. Flashes away to get into a better one, but Sejuani finds Thresh not in a good position as he threw out his hook. Now he gets stunned up, he gets knocked back, he gets the play off, but it costs him his life.
Yeah, I mean, this Sivir is, kind of getting pretty strong here. Now 2 kills down. The Ashe, Melee is kind of answering on the Ashe here with roughly the same amount of gold here, but really don't want to be feeding the Sivir so many free kills, along with all those turret plates and tower gold that she got, so...
True.
Could be really hard to actually crack anything with the Sivir
Also,
wave
another
lane.
Side note, if Ornn had ult up top, they probably could have killed Yone too, but that's neither here nor there.
Poor Geyser. Just can't
Man,
catch it.
he's got a
I
3 gold bounty. He's most of his team's kills, but he just can't catch any respect from the casters. That's unfortunate.
Oh man, for them. But no, to point back in the AD carry sense, the Sivir in this game is gonna be doing a lot of work, especially with the amount of kills and gold he just received. As we had notated, he got all that gold off the tower plate, but he had finished his static shiv before that fight happened, where he got all the money from killing Melly. So even more money in the pocket of Freya probably than what he's showing here. Gonna be finishing that Navori here pretty quick, and once Navori's up, you never push mid wave again, or whichever wave Sivir decides to sit in is no longer something you can actually. So.
Yeah, it is kind of going to be on Freya here to kind of keep this game, together for the next couple minutes, because Bomo is really far behind at this point.
Oh, fight breaks out between Bomo and Geyser. They're slapping each other with noodles, but only one of them's a tank.
Yeah, it's not good when your Yone is also slapping with noodles, but he just has the 1 item completed. He's down a monstrous amount of CS here, as they're gonna look to maybe 5-man this Herald, but we'll see if Now We Wait decides to TP up here to contest, or if they'll just give this.
They've
Might
got
just
the
trade it for the
position,
tower
but
and the
they
dragon.
don't have the vision on him. It doesn't look like they're gonna contest though.
The Ashe ult! Look at that Ashe ult! Yeah!
Steals it.
Perfect Ashe
Thumbs
ult
up
placement.
Bomo for another few seconds just to hold him out of the game for that much longer. It's unfortunate.
Should have ulted in mid lane instead.
True. I mean, well, Dragon's up, so the fact that he wasted it on
Jen
the secured
walking
Herald
back
is...
into that storm to look for the engage and takes another like 30% of his health bar. That's unfortunate. Rake, knowing he's got position now, he's a little bit alone, but he walks up to the team. Maokai pops his ultimate, locks him down. It's big cooldowns burn for the side of the Black Sheep. They see if they can get the position here. They start up the dragon. They think they have it, and we're seeing Egoist on how they're going to respond. The Ornn ult comes down. Fight's not quite broken
the
out.
flash.
Ultra flash is in. They're in there. Ornn's in there. Yone ult's in. Maokai takes out Thresh. Sivir falls. Ashe falls. Maokai is now dead. Rake tries to get a stun off as he comes out alive, but he also falls. African Rhino is getting so much damage out with this Azir.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a huge Egon ult that actually came out and just destroyed Ashe. There was able to clip him on the max range of that, and once Melee went down, there was just no consistent damage, and the Azir was just sitting in the backline completely untouched that whole fight. Sure, they killed the Sivir, but with how many threats that the Sheep have, you really can't just be trading 1-for-1 with one of their carries because they have more, so...
Yeah.
Not the cleanest engage by the Egoists, as they lose that dragon and the fight. Their gold lead kind of starts shrinking away from them, and it's kind of the really... Gonna have a trouble
so
scaling.
Much damage onto the Yone. Syndra seeing if he can finish off, but Yone has to use his tether to charge. Ashe ult comes through, flash from Maokai. Yone comes back. A lot of damage from Yone. He tries to live, but he ends up falling to Syndra. A stun gets pushed through the Maokai. Maokai's in trouble. He's taking a lot of damage. He throws another ball, but the kill is passed over to Ashe. The hook comes out, but it doesn't connect with Freya, who does pop the spell shield. Just a testament to how many hooks Altro's been hitting. You almost expected that one.
Man, I guess Hanmine was just right. You just throw your Ash all down mid lane. It's the only one that's gotten the kill so far.
I wasn't gonna say nothing. Proof's in the game.
They're just gonna start Baron here at 20 minutes.
Yeah, they got 2 kills. They're gonna see if they can turn it into a Baron, a good way to recover and get more of their gold lead to them, and put the Black Sheep in a position where it's gonna be really hard to respond. I mean,
can Molly steal?
Like, they've got the Sivir, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, pushed out of the thresh hook, but so much damage. Now we wait, does not have that much health. You can't kill the Azir from full health with it. He gets the shutdown onto the Syndra, but the Baron's almost dead.
50-50.
Health, the smite comes down. Sejuani goes in, but she doesn't get the Baron.
Melly's not autoing.
Mollywop's got a lot of damage when people aren't autoing. Maokai comes in with an ultimate. Mollywop almost out of health. Rhino comes in.
What a flash!
He pushes him back. Sivir is down, but the fight is split. They're going to reconnect and see if any more kills come through, but it looks like a Baron over to the Egoists in a 3-for-2 trade.
African just so close to actually clipping Melly with that Azir ult, but not quite finding it. So they, like you said, it was just a split fight, and they ended up trading the kills in each other's backline. But Baron over to Egoist, they win out the kill exchange as well. And we'll see how much they can actually break. They still have they still have 2 outer towers, let alone the inner turrets, so a lot of gold for them to collect as well.
I'm gonna be a little bit of a hater here. The Void stuff. No. What? To hit Sejuani?
He's just preempting all of the MR that Sejuani is going to buy, because Sejuani has such a lead this game that he just needs the Void Staff early, you know?
Yeah, but you see, let me raise you this thing called, what was it again? Let me check my notes.
Let me raise
Death Cap. You see,
your obsession with Rabbies.
Syndra's Sharp passive increases her own ability power, and it works with Rapidons. You get even more value from it. So if you have hands and you've been hitting your abilities, which, I mean, I've been seeing from Now We Wait tonight, then you build the Death Cap. What is this Void Staff, bro? Get out of here.
I'm pretty sure I saw Faker build that.
Well, Faker is playing in a professional game where everyone's building MR. Like, look at their team pop. They have teams that have no MR.
So what you're telling me is he's doing true damage?
Yeah, like, he's already got the penetration with the Sork shoes and his runes to be doing true damage. Like, Void Staff is not exactly the thing that's going to increase your DPS nearly as much as a Death Cap is here.
Yeah, well, you know, the Void Staff is like a house, okay? He's not buying it for now. It's appreciating in value, okay? It's a long-term investment. He's just hoping that the, housing market doesn't collapse before then.
Well, it's 2007, so we'll see how it plays out.
Oh, no. Well, Yon is still significantly far behind. Only has, like, about an item and a half, not really the other half of the item that he wants. But Azir has pleasantly come into the fold with a very strong build. He probably has the money to finish his... Oh gosh, totally forgot the name of the item.
Nashers?
Nashers, that one.
There we go.
Like,
and there it is.
It starts with a letter that has attack speed. Yeah, he finished it. Sivir.
Oh,
sorry, guys.
Damage coming through from Syndra, but nothing else going to be followed up on. I mean, it's a lot of gold for the first strike, but without results, it doesn't mean a ton here. Dragon's coming up soon, but Maokai has plenty of time to back. Oh, I did see his flash was burned, so I will amend that statement. Got his flash.
They got the Maokai flash. They're going to get full control over this dragon as it's going to spawn here in 10 seconds. This Maokai hasn't found an opportunity to back it either, so he's just going to start at half HP with, I guess he's a support.
Meaningful.
It's not not the most important person, but it's going to be a little difficult for them to push into this with no vision at all. They should probably just give this up.
They can't really check because they only have one person that's able to get in their face, and that's Sejuani.
Yeah, that was
2 ultimates used. Wide. 3 massive R's used immediately. Ashe arrow, Ornn arrow, and Sejuani ult, all used in the span of 2 seconds for absolutely nothing. Unfortunately.
Honestly, at this point, I think Syndra should R a minion because that's how much value the other ults got.
Egoists are super split right now. I don't think that Shep know what's going on.
Baron. You're not Baron, Dragon.
That was a interesting sequence of events. The Egos were trying to catch the wave and mess around with him and get Dragon at the same time, and somehow they managed to do all three.
That had no right to work, but it did.
Yeah, normally it's good advice is don't try to do, multiple things across the map, but we might just get a fight here. Is Gent looking?
Yeah, Rake looks, but he doesn't know that their whole team is there. He tries to back out of the fight, but he's already lost half of his hit points. Mollywops in, going in, gets caught out, though. Bomo tries to see what he can do. He comes in with the ultimate, but he takes a lot of damage as he goes out. The back lines are hurt, but they're still continuing the fight.
Zimmer!
But Azir's under the turret himself as Thresh picks up the kill. Kaiser's the only one alive, but Freya, the lawnmower, is still trying to mow it. No. He's gonna back off of this. He's gonna back off of this vegetation for now. Orn's a rock. You don't want to go over those with the lawnmowers too quickly. You might want to back away, pick it up, chuck it out, and see what you can do. Whew.
Yeah. You can see that the Sivir can't really do anything to the Ornn yet. Really needs that LDR before it's going to do anything. But that was just a huge ult came in by Rhino. It looked like kind of a doomed fight, but he was able to find the angle and hit basically the whole team back underneath the Azir turret into the Sivir ricochets, and a lot of cleanup coming from that. So
yeah, it's just a lot of damage. They had a gold lead, but the team fight was still a 3-for-3. So if you're the black sheep, you're down a lot of gold, but you pick up a 3-for-3 fight. That's pretty big.
Yeah, and also the fight starting off with Bomo going in with the ulti. It was kind of hard pressed to see because he got almost instantly annihilated, but his ult into some Q buttons, he did a lot of damage to start off, giving the opening for Rhino.
Ornn's in a bad position here as Maokai pulls up with a little bit of extra CC. He pops the ultimate. We'll see if he can get away. His team's here. Rake shows up. He starts to throw down the Phoenix stance, but Yone ult catches out Geyser.
Oh, he's so tanky!
The tower's there. He's so tanky, but it's not enough. Rake is in the front line now, but Syndra is there with him. Takes a little bit of damage from Azir, who walks
Rhino?
in. Oh! It comes out so quickly from the Syndra ultimate. It hurts so bad with those double large rods.
they can't kill Rake. He can just walk at them.
Yeah, they can't do any damage to Rake, and Gent falls down. Their health bars are so low now. They're backing away. They got under the turret. They took so much damage, but they don't have the ability to disengage here. Azir pops his ultimate for it, but they're still chasing. Now we wait. The hero comes through. Stun picks him up. Flash comes out. Azir goes down. Hook pulls Sejuani back, and she's out. The only survivor is Yone. And Sivir, who wasn't there, but...
Much less anticlimactic, but yes.
I just want to point out again, it wasn't an Ash ult mid, but it came from mid, so...
Hanmine Ash advice. Everybody.
They just spent so much time trying to kill Geyser, and you can see between the Yone and I don't know what Rhino was doing, walking at their turret, not doing anything like that. Didn't quite work out how he wanted to, but the Yone just does not do any damage
and
to
now finally,
the tanks here.
Comes through, the Ornn upgrades in. I'm excited to see how much damage this Syndra's next ability press does.
You mean the delete button?
Yes.
Yes.
It's always fun to see Syndra smear someone off the map with her push.
No, it's not as an AD carry. No, because that's me. I don't like that.
Have you tried just spacing better?
Yeah, she flashed after.
Honestly, just back up.
Hit me with 1 Q and pressed R with 4 balls and deleted my health bar.
So you're saying if she flushed Q'd you and you didn't react at all, and you just let her hit you?
Oh yeah.
We call those boomer hands.
Oh,
that's crazy.
That's true, honestly.
Skill issue.
Large skill gap.
Yeah.
Well, pretty much. I feel like the Egoists are kind of doing the push out all the lanes, but they really should group up and try and break the mid tower. They have the abilities to do it now that Freya can only block one ability with spell shield. Also, Freya's walking a little close for
So much damage onto the Yone.
Bomo, just space better. What are you doing?
Yeah, Bomo, why didn't you space better? I don't understand.
Look, he probably dies there if it wasn't a Void Staff, because Void Staff doesn't contribute to that damage. So
another item would have done another 550 HP. Oh,
yeah.
Unironically, yes.
Yeah, Rylai's would have killed there because the slow would have been enough to get into ult range.
Can I get a break?
Engage, taking a little bit of damage for it, but he's able to back away pretty cleanly. He's still in the space to look for a hook, but I think if he throws it out, he's dead.
That's the third one he hit.
He comes
flanking
in,
Syndra, flanking Syndra.
Sejuani goes, Flanking Syndra.
Yone.
Near Freya right up the map. Azir sees Freya right up the map. Azir sees if he can get revenge. He pushes Syndra under the turret, who pops her stopwatch. Udyr is tanking the turret, but not for long.
I'm not gonna lie, Rake just killed Syndra.
Where Rake Rake said, "You don't deserve to live." Syndra paying the price as Udyr walks away from the scene of the crime with 70% of his health remaining.
Like, it's fine. You know, they're gonna get Dragon or win the fight. He knew that all Syndra needed was 1 second to press the Q, and that was enough to kill Azir. So his life was worth it. You know.
Just 1 second is all is necessary to win.
And now they're just gonna keep sieging here. They still have the Baron for a little bit longer.
Yeah, just tanking the turret, using the Demolish to finish it off. The Thresh Hook comes out, Sejuani dodges, so nothing more following up on that. Just going to take Jungle Camps back away and assess their 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I think they can be pretty happy about the current state of the game. Not a whole lot of counterplay the Sheep have at this current point, unless the Eagles really like mess up. Like the Sivir will be able to wave clear a bit better now that Baron is going to be gone, and she does have the LDR, so they do have to be, you know, a little bit respectful as the Ash ult just comes out, but Freya
was
able to spell shield it that time.
But as Unicorn has stated earlier, the only AD carry that has hands is Melly G. Yes, it just makes better. So spell shield doesn't need to be pressed. Forehead.
True. Well, you know, they're probably just going to need to split up a bit and try and push multiple waves, because unless you really hard force onto the Sivir, you're not going to get anything but melee.
Oh, the Sejuani ult midair stuns up Melly G. He walks away and gets a little bit of distance, but Alto is caught up by the Sejuani passive. He's not where he wants to be. His whole enemy team is surrounding him, but Rake is in.
No way he
Yone
got
comes
out.
in with the ultimate. He got out, but Yone is not out. Melly G crosses him up and crosses him out. Sejuani's caught out with that. Oh, African Rhino goes in with the Azir. He gets a couple auto attacks down. The Nashor's hurt so much. Even without the soldiers, he manages to get the shutdown on that.
Syndra.
Also comes in.
Rake!
I can't even tell what's going on. The fight is so split, but Rhino comes up with more kills, and Syndra comes out with a burning kill. African Rhino's on the retreat. The flash comes out. The stun comes through. Sejuani takes a lot of damage. Triple kill for Syndra, but it's not enough. She's looking for a way out, but just going to reveal her position. She's caught between the turrets with enough health that there's not much possible. Now we wait, knows she's somewhere. Throws stuff in the bush. You know, there's only so much you can dodge in that small of a space. And the unofficial quadra for Now We Wait.
Man, that fight started off about as well as they could. Egoist reacted insanely well to Melly getting hit by the R. Ultra did everything he could to keep him off, eventually dying, taking Bomo with him, but had both the carries had to commit aside from Freya, who is resigned to trying to kill the front line. Although nowadays does have 3 items, he's getting close to that point where he can really lawnmow the front line and kill Melly without even auto-attacking him. So the Sivir is getting scary, and Azir isn't getting weaker. So the longer the Egoist drag this game out, the better the Shep have a chance of making it back into this game. Even though a 10,000 gold lead is pretty rough with ornaments, still, you've got 2 of the best scaling champions in the game on Shep's side. So you definitely don't want this game to go long.
Yeah, that's the thing that's always been true with League of Legends. You know, a 10,000 gold lead means a lot, but not if both teams have 70,000 gold. And we're getting closer and closer to that point where everyone's going to be hitting their pretty much full builds and champions don't get too much stronger. So then it comes down to the champions that you pick. And I mean, late game, Sivir, Yone, Azir, these champions can take out team fights by themselves if left unchecked, and it's really hard to check all 3 at once.
Mm-hmm. I would like to see the Maokai buy just oh gosh, I totally forgot the name of the item, and I totally love it. The item that makes you take longer for CC and take less damage. Totally forgetting the name of it. Anathemas, yeah. Put it on Melly.
The fight breaks out as Rake is in the middle of 2 members just standing there. He walks away after taking only a little bit of damage, you know. They're really fighting over Baron position. I was surprised a bigger fight didn't break out there, but it didn't really seem like either team was truly ready for it. But it looks like Egoists say they're ready. They start up the Baron, and it's just up to how the Black Sheep respond.
Looks like the fight's been split already.
Alright, the Maokai ult is going to come out the steal. And he gets it!
Stolen! Sejuani goes in, and now the fight is broken out. Ultra wants revenge, but they're just trying to get away. They give away Sejuani's life. That's the price you have to pay sometimes when you steal a Baron. Melly is really fast. It looks like he wants this Maokai. The autos come out. He's getting slowed up. He can't go anywhere. His carries aren't there, and they're going to take 2.
A huge steal by Molly there.
It's a big steal, but with 2 members dead, and they're right here, what you don't want to see is them give up turrets for this. Azir manages to push Udyr back. Yon goes into the back line, but he's not quite on a Melody. He takes so much damage. The red buff might kill him.
Holding it.
Sivir blocks the stun. Sivir flashes in. He doesn't have any spells left. Azir tries to finish it off, but Syndra buys some time with the stopwatch. Shut down for the Azir. 800 more gold. That's most likely a finished Seraph. But it looks like they're going to get the soul. So we'll see what's more valuable. But with Baron and with a dead mid laner, you could see a counter push. Instead, we're going to see a counter fight. Azir's dash gets interrupted, and the shutdown is immediately passed back.
I mean, I don't understand what the Egoists are doing here. They've done this multiple times so far this game where they just keep splitting themselves up, and instead of just committing to one thing, they try and, like, take everything. But it's like there was no reason for Now We Wait to still be there. It was just an Azir turret that was sitting there, and the rest of your team had gone back to Dragon. Why are you still there just trying to 2v1 them? And,
speaking of
Bomo is dead.
The entire team is Bomo.
Oh, Melly's caught.
Wani ult over the wall. Melly's
dead.
He falls. Thresh is dead, and Bomo's not. He uses the ultimate and pops right in Orange face.
Freya.
Freya, the lawnmower's taking on the entire lawn by himself, and it looks like his blades are sharp enough that he's going to win. He pops the ultimate. He's got the speed. He's chasing him down. So much damage comes out. Ornn is going to have to press the flash button, but when you're so much slower, it doesn't make a difference a lot of time. It will there. His team catches up with him, and it looks like he gets away.
Yeah, I mean, just more overstaying from the Egoists. Their whole team had backed, and Melly and Ultra were like, guys, what if they face check this bush? We can 2v5 them.
Yeah, but now, like...
turns out they can't. And... You know, you can... It's a good thing you're muted, okay? I'll save the rest of the watchers from hearing that one, as Molly's in trouble, but no Syndra!
They get a good flank onto the Syndra. Ornn ult comes out, Mollywop's looking for the kill, but Syndra able to space it correctly, throws the stun out, but it's going to be a miss. He pops his own ultimate, Yon gets him down. Udyr getting a lot of damage onto Freya, but is going to have to back away, not able to finish him off. The low health bars on the side of the Black Sheep, but it looks like so far they're winning this fight. Yeah, they're winning up until they're losing. Now they're retreating. Sorry about that. The whole team's there. They've only got 1-1, and they're going to limp away. My bad.
Yeah. And then the 17 stacks on the Magias that Rake is sitting in his inventory, almost killing Melly, even though he had the Maokai protecting him, just bleeding him out with that E and all of the demonic damage, just laying him out realistically. We were getting closer and closer to that point where it's really just going to come down to a team fight and see who has the better hands, as the Azir and the Sivir on their 4th items, and it looks like
stopwatch as well.
Both have stopwatch. Bomo was forced to use his, but not as important as the cooldowns on the hyper carries.
Melly has opted for a Hexed Strinker and Maw to be his last item, which I don't really see why.
It's for all that burst damage from Azir.
For all of the sharp lawnmower teeth, so that he doesn't die, instead of buying a Bloodthirster, which he probably should have bought here, or a Guardian Angel.
It's one of those things where, like, there's a good amount of magic damage coming out from him, but there's a good amount of physical damage as well. So instead of getting one resistant to the other, you just give yourself more effective HP in the Bloodthirster.
I honestly would say a better analysis is that he's got 3 beefy frontliners in front of him, and the only thing that's going to kill him is Sivir Blades. And if he has Bloodthirster, he doesn't take enough damage from the ricochets to die. But I guess he's relying more on the Bork for that. Not the build I would have gone with, but I can see a little bit of the reasoning here. This looks like they're posturing.
Oh, fight breaks out as ultimates are popped. None of them are going to connect meaningfully, though, except the Ornn, which gets 2 knockups for the disengage.
And everyone's going to walk away.
Yeah, Now We Wait wasn't even there, and Egoist was posturing for a fight. 3 ultimates, once again, all the hard engage ones except Maokai R were all burned there.
It looks like it's going to turn into an ARAM as everyone is grouped mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think they can actually siege this, especially with their forcing ults down. It's really hard for them to stop Freya from just wave clearing this.
Yeah, they're
I
gonna
know.
try and see what space they can get on the turret. It doesn't look like anyone has used their auto attack on it yet, though, so this might
Yeah.
take a while.
Well, Bomo
Yeah,
got chunked by the R from the Udyr. He's got to walk back. Looks like he's walking to top to catch the wave, and then Molly walked back. Oh, Wally walked back and bought a Frozen Heart. It's actually a really nice purchase for the Ashe.
Yeah, slowing her attack speed, just completely reducing her DPS. It also heavily affects the Udyr.
Ooh, nice.
And again, Freya
spell
has
shield.
hands.
Freya had hands there and almost lost him as Eltro just barely missed the hook.
and I mean, you see, like what I was talking about, like they just need to split up and actually look for multiple, pushing multiple lanes because their top and bot wave are in no position to threaten. And
What is
now
Rake
Rake,
doing?
he should be fine. He is Udyr with Cloud Soul, so he can run away quick. But you can see they just have no pressure actually sieging that mid lane. As long as Freya doesn't get caught, he can just auto the wave 3 times and it's dead. So
And
Freya-
Offering around Baron, though, no inhibitors down, so no team has pressure inherently over the other at this point. We've hit the 70,000 gold mark, so any fight could be the deciding factor. Teams are going to get the Scuttle Crab. Using a smite for it is an interesting call. You know, some teams would immediately start the Baron, knowing that your smite is down, but with
he had 2
it's
charges.
not much of a concern.
yeah, he's got 2 charges. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
well-
more of a secure the vision on the Baron more than anything.
Yeah, at first I didn't notice the 2 charges, but it made sense once I saw how fast it was picking.
Mid laners.
Yeah, they're just gonna flip this Baron again.
They started up anyway, yeah. There you go. What
Right,
I
we'll
said
see.
was wrong, but what I predicted was correct.
Where's the
Oh, they're
Maokai
gonna go
ult?
for a second.
Where's the Maokai ult?
Maokai ult? Anywhere?
Maokai ult.
There it
He
is.
actually missed the
Came
smite.
through, but so much damage goes onto the Yone. He gets knocked into his Guardian Angel. Geyser's low HP as they've been working the front line. Freya's at half HP. Bomo's at half HP.
Never.
But Geyser's dead.
Oh, the Syndra ult!
The Syndra ult pushing all the balls. Ashe gets to just mow everybody down as the teams collide together and the Egoists come out on top.
Oh man, that was so close. If Freya had just flashed that Syndra, stun, maybe they had a chance to carry that with everyone just stacked up, but not able to react in time. Syndra getting all those balls down with the ult, like you said, just throwing the stun straight into the whole team. And that's going to be a 2-0 lead taken by the Egoist in this series and putting the Sheep on match point.
Yeah, it seems like it was a rather close game for what the gold lead shows. The Egoist spent a lot of time kind of trying to feel out what they could really do, but really, as you had pointed out, Unicorn staying in mid lane and trying to push into a Sivir was just not a great way to try and break that early tower, kind of having to resolve into a team fight, which could have gone both ways. It looks like, though, the Egoist played it a lot better. The front line of Rake was just nearly immortal, and Ornn and Geyser were nearly immortal. Even though they were taking a lot of damage, the healing still, shields and everything, just wasn't enough. Sivir alone wasn't enough to kill.
Yeah, just not quite enough damage. Bit unfortunate there, but the Sheep are going to have to, show us how they can bounce back here. Being put down 2-0, they're going to need a reverse sweep if they want a chance at, making it to the finals. Really hoping they can find a way to kind of bounce back, especially just the early game. We've seen in these 2 games so far that the Egoists are kind of struggling in this later mid game in decision making. And if the Sheep can kind of just stay even and not put themselves at such a huge deficit to try and fight back from, I think they have a pretty good chance of coming back. But they really need to clean up their early game, or they're going to get 3 out here. All right, and I think with that, we're going to throw it to a quick break where we give teams a couple minutes to regroup before getting back into Champ Select for Game 3. All right, and we
Oh,
are
yeah.
back
Oh,
for the start of draft for game 3 with the Egoist up 2-0. We'll see what changes the Black Sheep are going to be able to make here going into this third game here, and I think probably they need a bit more focus on Now We Wait and try and make him a bit more uncomfortable in these games because he's really been popping off.
Yeah, I think they did. Like, Molly got a couple summoners out of Now We Wait, but just never followed up on them or really kind of jumped in trying to get any type of kill threat on that. But 2 bans here. Zareth left up, instead opting for Udyr and Thresh.
I'm curious about the Thresh ban.
Yes!
Yes! Oh my god, I'm so happy.
I'm curious about the Thresh ban because I didn't think that it was.
No, Freya was getting bodied.
Was he though?
And so was Gent. Gent couldn't dodge. All right.
But
The
we're
Black
just
Sheep
gonna get
will win this game.
a
They have
Velvet
picked-
Lucian.
They have picked Mommy. Bell Mommy is here. Let's
calm
go.
down.
No. I listen, I will say I am so happy. This draft so far on both sides has made me so happy. Rake is finally doing what he does best, and it's just farm. That's it. And
He's been doing that. Nothing's
exactly.
changed.
But yeah, but now instead of farming on a champion that he should be ganking with, he's farming on a champion that should be farming. Instead, he's not ganking as Udyr and stealing stuff, which is fine, but should be ganking. But
right.
Ash back again for Melly. Very much love the cross map as well as the lane pressure, which I'm pretty sure they are gonna just they pick Ash and Lucian. You know, he's just throwing the gauntlet down, saying I'm better than you. So not super concerned for that. Curious for the support, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the Egoists are going to go with here. As it counts down, they're just going to go with a Brahms. So a very, can be very safe and defensive lane, but can also put in pressure if they need to. But the immediate answer from Molly is that Jarvan, trying to really get things going in the early game, has found a couple early plays in the other games, but was never really able to capitalize it. They burned flashes on Now We Wait multiple times in both those games, but never actually were able to capitalize on that being down. So with this Jarvan, it's a lot easier. You just burn this flash level 3, and then you come back, and you just keep doing it over and over and over again. So,
well, the curious thing is now, where does the Belveth go then?
It's support.
It's support Belveth?
Yeah, support Belveth.
I am sad again.
I disagree. That's mid. That's midveth.
I have seen Unicorn get bodied by Midveth, so it is a possibility.
I've never played that
No,
matchup. That would be cringe.
No, I was in that game. You got flashed on and died. It was great. We won still, but that's not the point.
Look, as long as he doesn't get bodied by ADC Twisted Fate.
Okay, well, it does you are probably going to be correct. I don't think they're going to put Belveth mid, so it's probably going to be a Belveth support and into Ash Braum. Really not ideal. The passive is, or the E is going to be broken very quickly and very easily. Not going to be an easy way to really get on to Ash either.
Wait, why haven't we considered Jarvan support?
Because it's Belveth support.
Because it's Belveth support.
Yeah. All right. So we get the Malphite locked in. Is Now We Wait might be maybe Now We Wait is playing it.
He's gonna pick Yasuo. He's not gonna sit on that.
No faith. Are we gonna see Now We Wait on Aurelia?
Yasuo.
He has kind of been flexing on the Black Sheep, but that would also be very,
This would be it's a blind pick.
Very
Aurelia.
aggressive. But
is it? Oh, I want to see it now.
Oh, there's the Yasuo.
All
right, we need a very good mid laner here to kind of pair up with this jungler. We're just gonna snap Vex, so not. I don't really like the Black Sheep's draft here. Is they really lack damage if they aren't ahead really early on. The Braum can just protect so much from this team. And unless the Vex really snowballs really hard, I don't really see how they kill any of the backline. So yeah, I'm a little worried for them.
I see your point, but I do want to point out I think the Black Sheep have a pretty solid way of getting ahead in the early game, as long as Molly is continuing to just pump ganks out and just put pressure down, he should have some nice ganks mid lane with the melee Yasuo, and they could probably roam into the jungle and actually find Rake and kill him. So as long as they find which direction Rake is pathing, he always paths one direction in the entire game. So if they find out where he is, so where is he starting, they can easily roam into the jungle and kill him. And I don't believe Yasuo can continue to hold wave pressure on Vax. Correct me if I'm wrong. I played with Pity and he one tricks that champion, so normally we'll have wave threat with a Yasuo. The bot lane though, I have a big fat question mark. I don't think that Bel'Veth is going to be that useful, but I love her, so she obviously is going to win.
Jungle, I'm telling you.
Jarvan is not going support. That would be just pure suicide. Jarvan is way more useless than a Bel'Veth support. He would max flag. I guess he could just max flag and just throw it at Melly the whole game to piss him off, but that would be pretty funny. But I don't believe that would be what this is. But I do see the Egoist. If there's no way that the Shep can come in and really break up the early game, if Molly starts getting ahead, they really don't have a way to do anything until after level 6, where they have a combo with Malphite and Yasuo. So I could see it going really poorly for the Egoists, but like you had pointed out at the end of the last game, the Black Shep have not had a great early game. So they really got to step it up here in the early game, specifically Bomo and Molly, to get moving around the map to just create pressure and leads. Because right now, I'm a little concerned with you as well. If they don't get one, they just get steamrolled after level 6.
All right. Well, we'll have to see if they are able to bounce back or if it's going to be a clean 3-0 for the Egoist. But for now, we'll throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll see if I was right on the Bel'Veth support. And we are back for the start of Game 3, where Rake is just getting all of that money right off the bat. An extra 15 gold in his pocket from that first strike as gets a ward down as well. And as we can see here, it is a Belveth support.
That's lame.
You're welcome. And he's pressed the attack. Let's go.
Well, he is doing that part correct, at least. So would have liked to see Belveth in the actual jungle as a real champion, but unfortunately, we're going to see her as a glorified support, which is a little unfortunate, but you know, we'll see where it goes. I'm curious once again. No, go ahead.
Explain the synergy between Lucian and Belveth. I think I might be missing it.
It's not really a synergy. It's more of that Belveth's
kill
early damage, just lots of damage. Think of that as like, I don't know.
It's like a Draven Nautilus lane. You know, you're just trying to kill people.
You throw the W on Belveth, you stack PTA instantaneously, use Qs to dodge everything. You have lots of ability and a way to go in, and you have an E that makes you take no damage. So it is very much a kill lane, very much like Pantheon in a way. Like if it's behind, it's worthless, but if it's ahead, it's like another damage dealer. So we'll see how it goes for them. I am excited, but not entirely confident because it's not easy to pull this off correctly. So we'll see how that goes.
For all we know, he could just be a monster.
Which is completely fair. Could be a complete monster, but we're not, we're going to have to wait and see. Looks like they're trying to shove the wave, but I think what we should really focus on this game, once again, we talked about it in Champ Select, but Molly, in terms of what type of pathing is taking. Like I predicted, they would have the early advantage, which they do.
There we go, that's a kill, that's a kill! Oh, fuck.
Ooh,
well,
Unicorn wrong.
Gent
wrong once again.
Going to be able to get the flash out of there, but unfortunately, Freya committed the flash, but was not able to find the damage. But you can see that's kind of the idea with this.
But they know he has a flash.
And they know he still has flash, he just needs to land this Q, and Jarvan into the knockup. That's a double knockup. First blood going over to Freya. Now Melly has to walk away here. And that's going to be, we asked for it. We asked for Molly to be more aggressive, get something going on the board, and immediately gets it going with off the back of this Belveth support, setting it all up. So
that's what
now it's Frey's turn to pay everyone back. He got the first blood. He's on Lucian. He has this kill lane support. Yeah. As guys are taking a bit, but yeah, Molly is just not looking for anything here. Just pathing up towards his red buff. And we'll have to see how this they're able to progress off this early lead. Gonna be able to get himself out to safety here. His guys are very low. He has to be very careful here. African's gonna go on the flash away, but it's not enough. And that is a solo kill for African Rhino as the Sheep are off to a great start.
Yeah, the Shep getting a great start here. Jarvan finishing up the clear and probably is going to recall. Rake is looking for something here.
All right, that's going to be the slow into the Skittle, lands one more, and that's going to be enough to kill. African's trying to dodge, but it's not going to be enough. And he is getting paid as Freya dashes aggressively, but he had the stun onto him. But now Gent is looking for the kill, and Melly's just going to get evaporated. As now Arsenal's in trouble. Where's that Q cooldown? It is going to be almost up here soon, and Arsenal should be going down here. Can they find the range? But no, it's barely not going to come up. And he'll be able to get out to safety, but this Belveth bot lane is just popping off.
All right, looks like it was a good decision there. The W is as much of a long cooldown as her Q in the early game, so they should have probably pushed this wave in, hard shoved it, but unfortunate for that one. But either way, they played that really well, getting a nice punish onto Melly, killing him, denying some CS here as well, but continue to have a lot of pressure in this lane. And so, I do like the initial purchase by Gent going directly into boots. Going to be a lot of tanking for this lane as well.
Yeah, you're just trying to get as much, that early damage reduction with these boots. Then you probably just go Black Cleaver. First item, and all you're trying to do is just shred up as much as possible, be tanky enough to survive along with your kind of semi-invulnerability with the W
E
or the E. So it's gonna be very effective, especially against the Ashe, who's it's a lot of extra resistance with how Ash splits up that her auto attacks. But Rake has got to be careful going for the Scuttle Crab. The Jarvan is there as well, and he could get collapsed on, but finding Molly early and a little bit of damage down. And the bot lane is able to get Prio, so he's going to back off anyway because of mid lane. So
yeah,
unfortunate for Rake.
Yeah, unfortunate for Rake to give that up, but good for Molly that he doesn't give that up. Down a little bit because he's been ganking a lot more in the quick clear from Rake, giving him a lead there. But the mid lane has been primarily controlled by Bomo so far, holding a lot of that prio so that he can move around the map. They're looking for a play.
The Belva just goes straight in there. Can't find the knock-up. The Jarvan is flashed away from, and now Gent is going to get stunned up here, and he's going to get taken down. As now Molly's got to be careful here. Has to burn the flash. Bomo is in range if he can land the ult, but decides to call off the play and will go back mid lane. So good response from the Egoist to try and even things up in the bot lane. As Gent went a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, it was a great counter gank.
Looked like Shep didn't really have focus either. Seemed they were all on different targets.
Yeah, that was true as well, as Gent missing the W and then just had a lot of stacks from the Braum passive stacking up, and then eventually just gets stunned and deleted immediately without being able to use that E. Oh, they might look for another play here though.
Ooh, Molly actually steps back. So not looking for anything here just yet. Might look for a dragon here, knowing that the Egoists want to take this early recall. And that's what they're going to do here. So at least they're able to answer back here with a dragon, kind of keep that pressure up, start this dragon stacking a bit earlier on, as they know Rake is now dinged over to level 6 and it's just going to keep farming up. And have to be a bit careful of that ult, but it doesn't do too much damage here with just at level 6.
Yeah, they're building them, you know, a little bit of a dragon lead here. I'm surprised more or less that Rake wasn't able to walk down, but Rake wanting to farm, continuing to farm, doing a good thing. Probably worth giving the dragon there, just not contesting at all so that Rake can continue to get stronger. So not a bad play by them. Continuing to just kind of push that lead. Oh, gonna get a little bit of gold here.
Oh, as Freya flashes and then is scared of the Ash ult, so cleansed anyway, but both summoners down just for the Ash ult and the Karthus ult just for a little first strike and some damage. Because now the Ornn ult's coming out onto Geyser. He's going to have to ult out of this, and he barely gets it off in time, but the breath is enough. And that's solo kill number 2 in favor of African Rhino.
Yeah, it looks like African Rhino, you can ban all of his damage dealers, but he's still going to play a tank and beat you with it as well. Oh, they might be looking for Rake here. Molly is hovering.
Want to go for the huge Cataclysm coming in, forcing the flash out. Gent flashes in to try and get into the Cataclysm and was able to land that knockup onto Arsenal. So we'll be able to secure 1 kill, and that's all summoners off of Melee G just for that Cataclysm. It's another really easy focus for Molly for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, we do need to see Molly getting more from this early game while Rake is spending a lot of time farming. Got a little bit in the early game and getting a little bit there, but really can't stop ganking these lanes. Has to continue to just pound these lanes, trying to get them behind so that they don't get outscaled really quickly.
Yeah, and you know, Rake, like you said, getting that farm going, opening up a pretty decent CS lead, not as big as some of the other games. He's looking for Raptors, but this is dangerous here. His mid laner is catching a wave, and he will decide to back off here, so not giving up a free kill like he's done on a couple other occasions. But, you know, a 10 CS lead here, I think you're pretty happy with that as Molly, you know, giving off multiple successful ganks and trading that for 2.5 jungle camps. But the Azrael comes down mid. It's not quite on target, but now Bomo's in trouble here. The ult comes out. He has to flash out to safety. So that's the flash down on him. It's going to limit his playmaking just a little bit more.
Yeah, but a good roam there from Arsenal. Putting pressure there. Unfortunately missed the Q, which might have burned a little bit more, but Vex did have the fear prepped, so could have been a lot more, could have been a lot less, but they're getting some damage on a Rhino here.
He might have to burn the flash here, trying to hold on to it, and is able to escape under his turret without using a summoner spell. But now Bomo is still getting just jumped on by Now We Wait. There is no ult, so he is fairly safe there, but not able to find any return damage as well, as calling his bot lane up to try and help out. As Now He Wait's going to try and force this under turret, but he might be caught out here, but sidesteps the knock up into the Lucian dash forward, but he knocks him up as well. The Vex flies in forward into the Fear. He flashes away. He's going to escape. In the meantime, we have a 2v2 in top lane, but there's just not enough damage. Finally, Molly trades one back, and he's able to flash out to safety. I don't think that ult is going to be enough to take him down. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane, but they were able to secure the kill on Now We Wait.
Yeah, and they're actually going to get a lot out of bot lane. Oh, Gent accidentally stuffed it. Oh, he did get the Q, so he'll have a follow-up. Probably doesn't have the damage here to kill.
Oh, forcing the flash. That is not sure on the damage calculations. I think he needed to use that or he would have gone down. So another good roam by these support players, forcing summoner spells off of the enemy laners as they're actually taking pretty good advantage of this jet roam, getting 2 plates off. And now Freya getting jumped on. The Ash Arrow comes out, and there's one more auto attack. And that's going to be a kill over to Meli G as Arsenal's barely able to survive.
Yeah, once again,
well played by them.
Yeah, that was a bit greedy there from Freya to stay, trying holding the tower. Really should have just given a couple waves or played a little bit further back so we couldn't get dove, knowing that Gent wasn't going to be there, moving around, trying to help out the team. So a little unfortunate there, and I'm pretty sure the Shep have a lead, but a lot of it I'm going to assume is on Meli, if not most of the Egoist gold is going to be on Meli right now. Meli and Rake. Yep. Got a pretty nice, sizable chunk of the gold, whereas the rest of the gold is in the top side of the Shep. So, a little bit tankier front line, but, you know, as in Unicorn was talking earlier, man, they need these carries. Bomo and Freya need to be strong in this game to chew through these frontliners, but looks like they're just going to use the bell minions and everything to push some pressure on the mid tower.
Yeah, and, you know, that's one advantage of the Bel'Veth base support. You offer the same amount of turret pushing with that true form passive minions, whether you're support or jungle. So, just walks up, is able to secure his form on the Rift Herald take, and gets all those minions going off of it. They're going to secure this dragon as well. As a bit of fight happening, but nothing too much should happen up in this top lane. But Now We Wait has opened up. You know, he hasn't really had the pressure in this lane, but he's been able to actually CS pretty well and actually opened up a lead here. So, not falling too far behind, even though he is down that 1 kill. As, you know, the Egoists have kept it even. They're 300 gold down, but they are down those 2 dragons. It looks like the Bel'Veth isn't going to Black Cleaver. I think it's going to be a Radiant Virtue here instead, first item. Unfortunate. We'll see. It might just go into like an Evan Shroud as well as a little bit of a cheaper item purchase.
I've seen both. I think Radiant would be better.
The ult comes out as now Rhino knows there's someone here, but he's being collapsed on all sides, and I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one in this 3v1. We'll see who they give the kill over to. He uses the flash, takes the blast cone to avoid the knockup, trying his best to survive here. He's going to pull out the Ornn ult to buy some more space, but that just gets windwalled in. He's eventually going to go down here, just 1 more Q, and Rake will be able to secure it.
Yeah, unfortunate. Almost made it to that next one. Oh, we did get an ult out of Arsenal a little bit early on that. But I don't think... Yeah, it looks like the Egoists have sniffed out the tower dive and looks like they are just walking away. Maybe Molly might get in range for the ult.
I think Molly's got to be careful here. He does have that stun stacked up. Gent looking for something, but not able to find anything. As that is going to be first tower secured by the Sheep, opening up, you know, a little under a 1,000 gold lead. You know, as they rotate back up to mid lane. This mid lane turret is pretty low because of that Herald drop earlier. So if they can drop this, they could start opening up a sizable gold lead. But Rake is, you know, like he loves to do, is just farming up a storm here. Is already on 1 item, man. And it's just going to keep scaling more and more as this game goes on, and not a whole lot of answers to the damage he's going to be able to put out.
No, there is. It's called spacing.
Yeah, just space his ult. All right, well, Meli G's going to have to pull off some spacing as he just walks out of the knockup, flashes out of the Cataclysm, and he spaces that perfectly as he gets out alive. As now we wait his TP down to provide some backup, and he'll be able to dash his way out to safety. But once again, that's both summoners off of Meli, but that was he got those back up since the last time that Molly looked to make that play. So not punished enough, as now Rake is going to start farming up all of Molly's jungle camps here, even dropping the ult just for the first strike gold, as starting to build himself up a bounty here on this Karthus. So we'll see if the Sheep can keep the pressure up. Yeah, we see there's the gold lead for the Karthus, that a little over, what, 1.3 thousand gold in the lead over his counterpart. It's kind of this reason that this game has stayed pretty even, despite the kill deficits early. All right, well, the ult comes out from Now We Wait, is now the Fierce comes out in response, and that should be enough to disengage. So you can see if the Bel'Veth does, or the Vex has that passive stacked up, you can very easily just interrupt any sort of follow-up from the Yasuo as he dashes forward, but still winning the damage trade by the Yasuo, and never really feels like he's in kill threat from the Vex alone, so.
No, and I don't really think, once again, we're hitting that point in time where Lucian is going to hit his 2-item spike and be able to do a lot of damage, but after that, Vex isn't really a tank shredder. So if Geyser is going to be strong, Arsenal is going to be standing in front of everything, you don't really see how Shep can really get through this front line without getting a flank, or without getting Rake somewhere where he's not in the middle of the team to just cause chaos. So it seems what's going to happen is Rake's going to walk in, cause loads of chaos. Nobody can really deal with him, and just do so much damage that the Shep really can't follow up. And if they do, they probably died, and Now We Wait. So we'll see how that works out. Looks like they're sizing each other up, trying to get this drag, which is actually pretty nice. Oh,
Jen is looking for the engage onto Rake. They get him into the Bel'Veth CC, into the chain CC, as now Molly is trapped in the Cataclysm with no flash, and he's going to, or Melly, sorry, is going to go down there, as that's a triple kill going over in favor of Bomo, as Now We Wait is going to be able to get himself out to safety, but Geyser TP'd in, is not just in the middle of no man's land, looking for a huge knock-up, but they didn't get onto Lucius. Now We Wait is trying to get onto Gent, and he will be able to. Geyser will trade his life back. That was a huge combo, but in that 2v4 is just not enough to come out on top. And that should be the Sheep securing this third dragon as well. No one's going to be in range of this Karthus ult as he comes back up, so it should be theirs for free.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to farm a little bit of gold here, but a really good job by the Shep. Oh, Rhino might have overcommitted.
Going very aggressively, dashes straight into Now We Wait, and that is still a Yasuo who's going to be able to take him down. That's not the type of money you want to be handing over here. As now Freya gets his back canceled, now they're getting collapsed on. He's going to get stunned up by this Braum passive. That's another kill going to go over in favor of Arsenal, as Now We Wait is going to be traded back here, I believe. We'll see if miracles can happen once the client decides it wants to unfreeze.
Unfortunate.
And there we go, as Molly barely able to get over the wall as well. Now Bomo's in a bit of trouble. If this Braum Q lands, he's going to have to flash away from it just to survive. And a disaster there for the Sheep on the back end of that dragon, overstaying way too aggressively, but now Gent's trying to take the fight. Will end up backing himself off to safety, but Rake, he's looking for it under the tower onto Bomo. He just needs a couple more Qs. One more, it's going to be it. How do you to avoid the burn? Bomo is going to be able to survive, but Egoist should get this tower and pretty much even up the gold, as the Ashe ult just comes out to be annoying and stall out the recall a bit more.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a full overextension from the Shep, you know, starting with Rhino, playing a little bit too forward on Now We Wait, getting humbled instantly, and then just Freya not committing to the back. I think he would have been able to commit to the back. Arsenal didn't do anything to him, and if anything, he could have dashed back into the river to get away and make an escape, but decided to take the fight, and then they all got punished for it. So a lot of summoners they had to burn on top of it, just being too greedy really with what little they had earned. Oh, Melly still has no flash.
Melly just completely cut out the Malphite ult. It's not enough to peel, as now the Ornn ult isn't quite going to find his target, but Geyser is still very tanky here, but he's slowly being shredded down as the Braum ult comes out to try and buy some space. Now the shield is up, and he should be able to protect his team, as Rhino is just going on a solo mission into the backline. He's going to get stunned, knocked up, but now the Vex ult lands.
They're taking the fight.
It's going to be delivery to the backline. Arsenal barely lives, but he's going to go down here to that Ignite. as now Rake is in the zone, just trying to survive, but the reset coming out from Bomo is able to land an ult and get himself going, as Gent is just fighting in the backline. The whole team has left him, but Gent is just trying to 1v2. Let's see, Yasuo dashes through him, but now takes the blast cone to get out. And Gent's going to be able to make it out to safety. As now the Sheep, they're going to open up a decent-sized gold lead off of that, and the Egoist not able to execute that fight, even with Rhino full committing deep into the backline.
Oh, Melly getting a little aggressive here. They're probably just going to push him off. Yeah, once again, the Shep find a really good engage on a Melly. A flashless Ashe is relatively easy to kill when she's trapped in a box. So, jumped on her immediately, killed her, and the rest of the fight was rather simple. Like we said, Rhino went on a solo mission, but it gave Bomo the opportunity to follow up with his ulti a second time and just kind of start going into the backline, doing loads of damage. Turned out really well for the Shep, and this time walked away, didn't toss their bodies out the window, even though Gent was trying to. So good on them for getting a nice lead here. And then kind of looking back towards the Egoists, I think they're in a solid spot for the game itself, but I think if they really give up another dragon here, they're going to be in a tough spot with I know it is kind of a bad soul, you know, for the, or no, it's Ocean Soul. It's Ocean Soul. So Ocean Soul is really, really nice here. So they put themselves in a rough spot if they don't get this next one. Oh, is it bugged?
Yeah, it is Chemtech. We were on the Chemtech map, so.
Okay. I was seeing a lot of things, but
the Vexel lands, Rake. He's going to have to use his Zonias, but I don't think that's going to get him out to safety here. It's going to be another kill going over to Boma's. He died trying to get the crab and wasn't even able to get that. So that might just be Baron here as they're making a beeline over to it. We'll see if the Egoist 4-man are able to stop them. The Yasuo does have a pretty good flank here if he can buy some time for his Malphite to get in there and find the ult. They are all in a barrel. We'll see if Malphite can find the knockup. They're all grouped up, but Yasuo finds the ult onto Freya and just completely blows him off, and now it's all on Bomo to try and carry this, but he just can't do it.
Molly couldn't kill Melly. Molly caught!
Now they catch Melly out, stepping up too far forward, as now Rhino is just being a tank, beating on people. They're going to rely on Jen to actually put out some decent amount of damage, waiting for Molly's cooldowns. They go in onto Yasuo. He doesn't have enough health, and he's going to go down as well. As now Geyser is running for his life. He might be able to get out, and he will not even have to commit the flash as Rake is up, so they won't be able to start up on this Baron, but a good engage by the Egoist to try and start this, but Rake was just walking straight into them, and now he's going to be caught out here. Gets knocked up by the Ornn, by the Jarvan. He's going to go down here. He's trying to trade one back onto Gent, who gets very close, but it's not enough. Gent is actually going back to pick up his soul, and he's almost going to go down for it.
Gent, wait for the soul to run out. Wait for it to run out, my man. Okay, well, Rake really just inted away the soul.
He wasn't inting, he was playing Quick Back Simulator.
What did he say? What did he say to Hanmine in the break? I can't remember, but it was pretty funny. So I think you just say it back, toss the game out the window, giving over the soul, question mark there. If I was on the Egoist, I'd be a little frustrated with that death. But hopefully they'll be able to recover. They are still in a great game state overall. Baron is still alive. Chemsoul, even though it is a soul, is one of the weaker ones compared to the other souls, such as Ocean, which I thought it was, and you know, bugs are bugs, but oh well. But looking forward into the game, Rhino.
Yeah, we're about to get a 5th dragon, and it's going to be an Ocean dragon, so we're fine.
Or what do you think, Hanmine? What is a good opportunity for the Egoist to kind of take the momentum back away from the Shep? Because as Anathema's is built this time from Gent, huge purchase there. Wish you would have bought that in the second game, but you know, buying it now.
I think the Egoists have to lean more on their comp, right? I think they're like, every time I've seen a Yasuo Malphite ult, it's always like on the back end. It's never on the engaging end. So I think if they can catch out the more squishy members, right? Like they get Bomo, maybe Freya, even Molly. Molly's not super tanky. I feel like they could blow any of those targets up and be fine, but I feel like they're always just using Malphite Yasuo on the back end.
All right, well, here they have a numbers advantage here, forcing the flash out of Gent, who was able to get out of that situation. So he's going to live here. That is Ashe ult and Braum ult committed. The Malphite is actually TPing down the bot lane just to answer this Ornn, so now they are at a TP disadvantage here if the Sheep want to try and force something up top side. As Malphite just immediately running back, but the ult comes in straight onto Rake. They know he doesn't have flash, and he's gonna have to use his Zonias to buy time, but he is super tanky with that ability, that item. As now Rhino is just caught out in the middle of the entire team. The Vexel finally lands a huge Core Drinker heal, and now Vexel is destroying the backline. Melly is going to go down here. Straight into Geyser, flashing away, but that's so straight into the Vex. And now this could be the first pentakill for Emerald. It's going to be the Quadra kill, and can he get it? He flashed forward, but he's not able to find the angle. The Yasuo is running away to safety as the camera wants to look at the Karthus ulting. But it's not going to be a penta as they give up the chase on the Yasuo. But Rhino, you have to be a bit careful, but just looking to mess with him here as the rest of the team goes for Baron.
Even again with that fight, they used Yasuo Malphite on the Ornn.
Yeah, also that was a really well played fight by the Shep and a really poorly fight by the Egoists here. As Rhino once again testing his 1v1 capabilities against Now We Wait, trying to win this one. Oh, he might win this one though. The Q gets blocked. Goes for another Q dash. Back to the Baron. Baron will be fully secured as Arsenal shows up. Seems like Rhino got the better of Now We Wait in this one. Although I guess loads and loads of armor will win you out on that one.
Also, Jen seems tanky enough. I think at some point, with him being so strong, doesn't he just start building damage?
You can. The point of the Bel'Veth support is not to be a damage dealer, more to just be an annoyance and stick to people and force them to peel you off of them with her, high sustain or high survivability with her dashes and her E, plus her ultimate as well. So not normally a damage thing unless you do build that Black Cleaver, but normally it's like Black Cleaver to full damage or full tank. So opting into Evan Shroud, probably not going to see any type of damage out of him. Maybe a Black Cleaver later in the game, but that's probably the most we're going to get.
Yeah, it looks like Geyser might be cut out here, but he does have that big blast cone. He still has his ult, so he should be able to get to safety. He dodged the Vex ult, so no follow-up there. But now he might just have to burn his ult here, and he will defensively. So that is one tool down as this, I guess Dragon's not up for another 2 minutes, so he won't be too impactful here. Just using that cooldown to survive. And now Rake, looking for something here, actually forced the flash out of this Karthus. And that is a huge cooldown to burn here with these big objectives coming up in 2 minutes for this Elder.
Yeah, the Karthus pick was paying off well early in the game, but Rake has just gotten caught in back-to-back fights now. Dropping to 4 and 6 overall here, dying a lot, giving away a little too much gold, and getting caught in most of these scenarios starting it off. So a little unfortunate for them. Hopefully they'll be able to rebound on that. Gold lead's not super big, so a lot of money still on this 3-item Karthus. Soon to be 4.
Yeah, it looks like the Sheep just trying to brute force this here with the Baron Empowered Bel'Veth minions, and we might get a fight here. It's a huge flag and drag straight onto Melee into the Cataclysm, but there's no follow-up just yet. As Melee is able to flash out to safety, he's able to burn through Molly. But finally, Now We Wait, he's just in the backline destroying people. The Karthus ult comes out now that he has gone down to try and build some support. As Now We Wait just ran down their backline here. Lucian had no chance. As now he's might get taken down here, and he will with that pop of the W. As now Geyser, he almost has his ult back up here again, so he could offer some support here. He's going to go straight in onto Bomo. But Melee's just not in range to be able to take him down, as now Melee's trying to burn through this orb, but it's not enough. And Bomo is able to secure that triple kill. Now 13 kills on this Vex, and is making sure his team doesn't get eliminated here in Game 3.
Yeah, Bomo doing everything he could possibly can here. Now, finishing the book into the disrespect book and buying a little bit more AP on top of it. His damage is unbelievably high, and Melee not going into the item I expected him to going for. He's going into Bork here instead of into either Hurricane or into LDR to start burning through these frontliners, because Bel'Veth isn't getting any weaker or in terms of survivability, and that Ornn just showed off how little damage Melee really does to him. So without Yasuo ult, there's a lot less damage coming out from this. But there looks up for a fight here. Don't have Karthus R.
We don't have Malphite ult either, and he's just getting jumped on at the beginning, but he is tanky enough for now. Was able to walk this one out, losing about a third of his HP, now down to half. So a bit unfortunate for Geyser there. Doesn't have TP to heal up, so he's just going to have to use his ult, but now Rhino just walking straight into the immunity team, but at the same time, Rake got caught out on the top side, and he's going to get taken down. Rhino is getting burned down, and he's going to get taken down as well. That's a 1-for-1 trade. But the Karthus
Jungle.
isn't huge important. Arsenal flashes forward into the ult, but misses everything into the flag attack from Molly, into a huge Vexel, into the double fear onto the backline. Melly G just get immediately deleted. Now we wait, can't find anything, and he's going to get taken down as well as Geyser is the only one left standing. That's going to be a Elder Dragon for Sheep here at 30 minutes in as they look to really stamp their authority in this game and close it out in Game 3.
Man, they've been playing really well. Bomo hitting a lot of these ultis onto the backline where it counts, instantly deleting Arsenal, and then really just Melly G was just the dessert on the cake as he had 200 HP when he tagged him with the ultimate. So, but once again, what seems to be the Achilles heel of Egoist this game is Rake just getting completely caught out in multiple fights. If I remember correctly, he was 3-1 at some point. Now he's 4-8, really just kind of bringing his team down with all these getting caught outside of any type of damage scenario, and ult is just not doing enough damage to slow down the Shep. So they're taking their lead, just going to start brute forcing these towers, hopefully get some objectives out of this Elder.
Yeah, with a build that, they did force the Zonias out of Rake. I'm not sure he needed to go the Rylai's here, but he just doesn't have the raw AP that you, especially with the fact that your team has no other AP. This is kind of the perfect scenario for Karthus to just build as much AP as he possibly can, but because he's been kind of getting caught out and getting shut down here, he doesn't have Death Cap, he doesn't have Void Staff yet, and Arsenal should be okay here. Those ults just aren't doing, as much damage as you would like at this stage of the game, and now with Elder Dragon, it's going to be really hard for Egoist to try and contest anything here. They should probably just give up this this inhibitor as soon as she walk forward a little bit, and just hope to turtle up off this Elder Dragon. I don't think you want to take a fight with this Elder.
Yeah, especially if you've got a fully stacked book on the Vex now. Looking for an ultimate. They are looking for a fight based on where Vex is standing because she's not up tossing abilities. So they're trying to desperately get this, but the mid wave is finally here. So Yasuo's got to go and deal with that. The waves aren't perfectly synced, but they're taking the fight because Yasuo walked away.
All right, the Braum Shield is going to block the Ornn ult, but they're going to take the engage anyway. Here comes Vex into the backline. The Rake stopwatch this to try and deny the reset, but Molly gets onto the backline anyway. They're trying to peel off him, and Molly's going to go down here as a huge Karthus ult is about to come out and pop people, but no, it's not. It doesn't do any damage as Bravo executes Yasuo or Braum in the backline. But now the Malphite flashes forward to be able to secure the kill, and I think Melly's going to be able to stop this happening, but no, Geyser is just left off by himself for now as Melly's trying to go back to base, and the Elder's going to execute him. And it's going to be all on Melly to try and keep this inhibitor alive, and I think he's just going to give it. He knows he doesn't have LDR to try and fight them.
It's going to take him a while to kill it still, which he might be able to utilize some time here. Gent using all of his passive stacks to get some attack speed here. Trying desperately to kill this. This Melly could turn this around. No, it looks like he's just going to give it and just let it happen. Probably the better choice instead of giving away a couple more free kills because he finishes the Bork. I don't agree with him buying more attack speed. He doesn't look like he's going to buy an LDR, so Gent is just free to build more armor. Molly's going to buy some more armor here. Looks like they're going to double up on the Frozen Heart, but it is all good in the neighborhood as they're just stacking armor and no armor pin in sight coming from the Ashe. So they're just going to be able to be Giga frontliners. No real fear here anymore. They've got 2 towers. Baron is pretty free right now. Also because Rake is too busy getting caught for
Rake, the Ornn ult just going to come out again. He has no flash and he's going to get taken down immediately.
10 deaths coming in for this Karthus.
Yeah, not the best.
You know what they say about the 10 death power spike?
The 10 death power spike?
Yeah, I'm not sure that the 10 death power spike is really helpful this game, but Rake had some good games in the first one and the first 2 games. A bit unfortunate here in Game 3.
And it's really tragic because look at his items. This guy's got almost full build and is just hampering his team by dying on repeat right now. Now, I guess maybe it could be a communication issue or something along those lines, but dying 10 times in this game is just unacceptable. for this
Oh,
playoff
man.
game in this scenario.
Throwing out the unacceptables here as the sheep are
I'm
coming
saying
in
it.
for the tower dive. Molly's just going straight into the backline, forces the flash out of Melly, but now he's just going to get kited out, and he's going to get taken down here. As now Melly is looking to try and kite this out. The Karthus all comes out and actually finally does a huge chunk of damage as Frey just gets jumped on, flashes into the Ash ult and gets taken down. As now Yasuo and Ash have free reign here, but no, Vex finds the execute onto him as well. Into a
the
huge
damage!
knock up. As now Boma uses the stopwatch to try and buy some time as Gent is just trying to run through the backline as Bomo just destroys their whole team. And Vex is popping off as now Gent is going to be the sole survivor. And with Baron and his minions, he's going to be able to end this game by himself as the Sheep are going to fight back and take the game 3.
Nice. Good game there by the Shep. I think we got everything we really wanted to see out of them. Molly played way more aggressively in the early game. The Belveth support worked perfectly to just start the game. And then after that, they had the one mishap with bot lane where Gent got killed. But beyond that, they really pulled together on that one. Bomo kind of picking up a lot of that slack. Getting 22 kills definitely makes it to where he can kill literally everything in the game in 2 hits. So very, very impressive from him. Great game overall as well. So exciting one to see if they can keep up this momentum. I think that the draft is probably going to shift in this next game. If that game has shown us anything, it's probably going to shift a little bit to a different side. So we'll see how it goes. They definitely pinpointed that the immobility from Ash is what needed to be punished. And then Rake doing his damnedest to lose his team the game. He definitely helped out. So really, really great game there from the Shep. So hopefully we'll see some adjustments from Egoist in the next game. Maybe take this in game 4, but maybe we'll be going to Silver Scrapes tonight.
All right, and with that, we'll have to throw it to a break for a couple minutes before we can find out. But when we come back, we'll have draft for game 4 between Egoist and the Black Shep.
Let me tell you one thing. They're not banning Karthus.
Welcome
Holy
back
cow.
to Emerald League Game 4. Draft is beginning. The best intro we're gonna get. Immediately, the Egoists drop the Jarvan ban. Definitely one of the key picks that won them the game prior. Locking Melly G into a box and not letting him move. Continually locking Rake into a box, and Rake continuing to disappoint his team. But they're taking the Jarvan out of the equation. They're keeping that Xayah and that Thresh ban. Those two just must be the most important bans they can think of. Ego is continuing to keep that Aatrox and the Camille on for African Rhino. I'm very interested to see where this draft goes. They aren't banning much. Oh, Senna.
Makes sense.
We're just going to get a first pick Senna, which is...
That's priority.
There's been some weird priorities so far, but, we'll take it.
It's
we'll
definitely a first pick priority thing that they could have done.
Yeah.
So
we'll see what the Black Shep want to respond with here. Is they're just going straight back to the Lucian. And the Bel'Veth here, going straight back to that kill lane. They see the Senna. That's a target that you can definitely get on top of as this Bel'Veth. With all of your dashes in this early game.
Oh, very easy. Range doesn't matter this early in the game when you can close it in 1 Q. So once again, the kill lane is coming in. I guess if they really wanted to, they could flex it. But if they're going to pick... I'm curious what they're going to do. Is this more of a Arsenal pick or more of a melee pick? Because I feel like it's more of an Arsenal pick.
Well, I think there's your answer.
I guess I'm wrong. Unless Melee is playing Seraphine, which I don't think he will.
That would be incredibly disappointing to see Melee on Seraphine, but, I've seen other things that are equally as disappointing, so we will have to wait and see, but we'll see what they want to lock in here for their third pick here. Is they probably looking for a jungler, and they're going to give Rake this really pressure of the Xin Zhao. Not looking, hopefully, a little bit of a change of pace, not looking just to farm and trying to get a little bit more aggressive here, because you definitely cannot just farm and scale on Xin Zhao.
Well, that is also, I feel like, a counterpick towards the style that the Shep really want. His ability to just R and disengage the entire team off of his carries. They don't have the ability to just jump right on. They're going to go to Hecarim. Ooh.
You said they don't have the ability to jump right on. Well, Molly disagrees.
Molly said, "You're wrong, Void. Let me cook," and picks the Hecarim. I'm actually really excited to see this because the early game can be really volatile between Xin and Hecarim. If Xin Zhao catches the Hecarim with his pants down and no E, Xin Zhao just eats him alive. But if he just runs away from the Zen, well, there's not a lot he could do there. They will ban the Vex. What ban do they leave off? Renekton and Gwen? It looks like they're locking in the Ornn anyway, so ignore what I just said. Looks like they are sticking to this just team fighting, focusing people down kind of team fight, but the Egoist can kind of play into this with the Seraphine Senna. Curious to see what the Egoists decide to go for their solo lanes. Are they going to lean into it? Ooh, they're going to go for the direct counter pick.
Yeah, Mordekaiser top lane here would just be a really good answer. Geyser's kind of been bullied a bit in that last game by Rhino with those double solo kills on the Ornn.
It's a counter, but does it help the team though? I don't see.
Well, you're picking Mord for primarily side lane, or to just take Bomo or Molly out of the fight completely, so that they can't threaten the back line. But not ideal if you're really trying to pick. If you're trying to pick Mordekaiser to side lane into Ornn, maybe. But the Shep were very willing to toss out the side lane and just start taking fights. Ooh, okay. Silas coming out.
It's a very scrappy team comp that the Egoists have with kind of a Senna Seraphine. Are kind of just wandering around hoping to support one of these three, kind of bruisery champions that really just want to take a bunch of 1v1, 2v2s. I don't think they're going to team fight all that well with this comp against what Black Sheep have offered. But they do have a lot of skirmishing potential in the early game. If they can kind of exploit the weaknesses that Black Sheep had in the first two games, with this more early style draft, they could just get off to a really big gold lead and snowball from there. But I think the Black Sheep have a better team fight, and if they can leverage some of their early game success that they found last game, especially through this spot line, they could do that. But, Jarvan was taken off. Hecarim's not nearly as good of a early ganker as Jarvan, so we'll see if that impacts how this bot lane plays out.
Yeah, actually, I see what the Egoists are trying to do here. They're trying to just make some type of brawl-style comp where they just fight you in a 3v3. They take one of their bruiser frontliners, Zen, Mord, or Silas, and then just pair it with the 2 supports, and they just run at people and just take smaller fights like that where realistically you're not going to be able to take a fight a 3v3 with the Black Shep. Can't really do that, whereas the Egoist really can. So we'll see how the Egoists play this. Rake cannot farm this game and get away with it. He's got to put pressure down on this game. Helping the Geyser out, maybe with the early kill on Rhino, would actually really snowball that side of the map. Letting the Mordekaiser just run rampant would cause issues for the Shep throughout the entire game. So I feel like that's where he's going to want to put his pressure and then maybe help out Now We Wait just by not letting him get killed on some ganks. And the bot lane is just insanely safe past level 3. So the Shep are going to have to pull something to get onto them early. Because after the first 3 to 4 levels, the bot lane's probably not going to get onto them and kill them that easily. So a very interesting game here. I think personally, I'm going to still favor the Black Shep. I think their team comp is more consistent and a little easier to execute, whereas the Egoists kind of have to find those 3v3s, find those picks to really secure the right fights. Otherwise, their fights are just going to look a little awkward when they don't have the right kind of consistency. So, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think the Black Sheep do have a lot of momentum coming off of that last game, finally finding something that actually worked for them in the early game. I just think it's going to be really hard for them to actually replicate that. They really found some rather cheeky early kills in the bot lane. Probably preying on the Egoist, inexperience playing against this Bel'Veth. But with how safe this bot lane can play, and I don't think African Rhino's going to be pulling out double solo kills in this game. But I mean, I guess I didn't expect him to do that last game either. But I think, like you said, it really just hinges on Rake. Because he can kind of play anywhere. You mentioned him playing top lane, but if he plays towards bot lane and Gent just dashes forward one too many times, you can just start the snowball of this Bel'Veth being completely useless. And the same thing being said in the mid lane is they don't really need extra setup or CC to fight this Ahri. Just the extra damage from Xin Zhao is enough, regardless of the fact that he also has the little bit of CC to help Silas out. But I'm really just focused, like you said, on Rake. But I think the Egoists will probably just bounce back, play a little bit of a cleaner early game, and try and snowball those advantages that they consistently found in the first 2 games to kind of keep the Black Sheep at arm's length and out of this game.
That's fair. That's fair. I definitely think you got a point there with the Gent. If he's not careful with Bel'Veth, he's going to easily find himself in just death after death scenarios, very similar to Rake. So, curious to see how this one plays out. We're going to have to focus a lot on the junglers again. A lot of focus is always put on the junglers, but I think in the last game in particular, and the game before that, it was really, really important for both of these teams. So, Hanmine, do you have anything to add? Any which one is your decision here? Who do you think is taking out game 4?
Yep.
All
I
right.
don't know. It depends. It'll depend.
Late reaction time. It's okay. Boomer hands in the chat. It's okay.
I don't know. I think it just depends. I think it's really. I feel like this game's gonna come down to a lot of the team fighting, and I think the last Ahri pick. Although I do love Ahri, I think giving Silas that ability to have 4 dashes is potentially gonna. I think it's gonna matter later on, but we'll see.
All right. Well, with that answer from Hanmine, we're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll see if the Egoist can close it out in game 4 or if Black Shep will take us to game 5. And we are back for game 4 between the Egoist and the Shep. The Egoists are on match point here. We'll see no shenanigans happening here on the level 1 as the Shep looking to catch an invade, but none will come.
The
so
fuck is shenanigans? What did you just say?
You're just upset that you can't listen.
Yeah, shenanigans. Obviously, you didn't hear the word right. Kind of cringe.
Yeah, I mean, if Colin can hear it, how can't you?
Yeah, I heard it. Therefore, it was, pure English. Well, they definitely were trying to kill Rake there. Rake had done at least both games that I've watched, he has invaded that red side and warded and looked for a ward. So they were trying to catch him there, I believe, but good read on him to not invade and die. So, didn't want to start inting early.
Is it normal for a jungler not to take a pot?
Not normally, but there's some champions with innate healing, like Warwick, that don't necessarily need one. And I mean, I guess if you really want to save 50 gold in the early game, you definitely don't need to buy it. Zhao should have enough healing to be fine in the jungle, to be honest.
Okay, I don't know enough about jungle too. No.
So you're saying we should check his PC?
Yeah.
This isn't normally?
Yeah, we might need to check it out. We're not fully sure, but...
Alright. Well,
I think the bot lane here just shoving 2 and immediately going in.
Yeah, I mean, you want to hit 2 first to really set this lane off.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, doesn't look like they're going to find the favorable circumstances they found in the last game, hitting that level 2 and just immediately going for it. As we're not quite able to find the 2, as now Freya is going to get caught out here into the double root, and he's going to have to use both summoners just to survive. And that is a terrible start for your kill lane, but Mollywop is here to try and save this situation. And Jet looking straight in. The Freya dashes forward. He lives with 1 HP, but no, he finally goes down to Arsenal's auto attack. That's going to be a 1-for-1 traded with the jungler getting the kill and first blood on the sheep side.
That's going to be scary if Molly can get fed on this Hecarim.
Yeah, gold on the Hecarim is not ideal for a Senna. Senna just gets eviscerated by Hecarim's jumping on top of her, so we'll see how that ends up working out. A little unfortunate that Freya ended up dying there, losing some XP and some wave trap, but not too bad. Good for them overall, and good for Molly once again making his presence known early. That's what needs to be done, and we're kind of waiting on Rake here. Rake just doing a full clear before he's probably going to hit red and then go and look for the crab here as well. So Hecarim on the other side of the map, so he's going to be able to complete this. So don't believe he's going to look for a gank anytime soon. But it'll be interesting to see what Rake does. He does have Ghost instead of Flash to stick a little bit more. He also went Green Smite, so he's probably going to look to be a little bit more of a frontliner in this game than an actual glass cannon. Because I know we see a lot of the Eclipse glass cannons in Zhao builds, but probably not getting that this time.
You can see here the poke coming out onto Freya. Chunk down to half HP again. Rake pathing away here, looking for a reset, but they might have been able to look for a dive here on this wave as it crashed, but opt against it as just looking to get his first reset off, and he's going to go get that pickaxe at least first item, so not going full tank at the very least. Knows he has to have at least some form of damage with this style of comp they've drafted. As looks like everyone's just settling in. Not too much extra action has happened here, but this bot lane is getting a rather low here, and they get forced out again. Freya's losing even more XP and gold, but Gent is looking to take the engage. Forces the flash and heal out of melee, so that at least even ups the summoner spell. But still the health lead in favor of the Egoist.
Yeah, he also had the pot lead on Melee G, so he's going to be able to sustain that up where Freya doesn't have anything left. So he's not going to be able to sustain it, but Molly is lurking.
He should have been spotted on the Scuttle Crab there, so they at least know he is coming. They're just going to take it back here. Not looking to risk it as they know their jungler's on the top side, and Freya's looking to stay here to farm, but that means he's going to be late on the tempo on the reset, so we'll see if he gets punished for that. It looks like he's maybe trying to decide if he wants to push this or back, and doesn't look like he's really doing either at this moment, so this could put him in an awkward position in terms of XP, but
Unless he's trying to like really get the last of the gold that he needs for an item purchase, kind of limiting his potential here. I think it looked for a second that the Shep might just collapse and do the dragon, and you know, Rhino getting ulted.
The Mordekaiser ult comes straight out. Rhino flashes the pullback, just staying at the edge of that circle, waiting for it to expire. He's tanky enough to survive. But that is ult for Flash Burned, and like I said here now, the Frey is stuck in this lane here. They're trying to do dragon at the same time. If Rake comes out of his jungle here for just 5 seconds, they could fight this, but they're just going to give up over this free dragon here instead.
Yeah, I think Bomo, Molly, and Gent were all on the same page there, but Freya wanted to stay to push the wave, and unfortunately not strong enough to take that fight there. I think if maybe if he had already taken the base together, that would have been a little greedy for Melee, but probably why he did that, because there was no base on it, so... They're doing the right thing, getting the drag. Egoists are a little bit on their back foot right now. Haven't really gotten any footing yet on this map, but Rake is invading, getting some jungle back. But we're not seeing too much here, as Unicorn has pointed it out. What do you think, Unicorn, here? What do you think is like the go plan for the Shep? When should they start it? But it looks like they're already beginning.
All right, now we wait. Has to flash away from the charm. Rake is ghost again. He's trying to turn around this, going straight in onto Gent, but he's just able to dash away to safety. And that's 2 summoners burned. Only traded the Arya Ignite, and the Egoist kind of all over the place here. And I'm not like Rake has kind of lost his opportunity to play for mid lane at this point. And I guess African Rhino has just early rushed the QSS, so he's making sure he doesn't get caught in the Mordekaiser ult. So that could still be the play, is playing off this Mordekaiser here. But I just think Rake has been way too passive here in this early game to really get things going. You shouldn't be getting really out-pressured on the map by this Hecarim. Is Hecarim looking for another play here, but Bel'Veth isn't here, and they are on a ward, but he's just going straight in. The root is going to miss as Melee gets knocked back into the Lucian, flashing forward. The auto attacks are going to be enough. There's a TP coming out from Now We Wait, but it's going to be too late here. He steals the Hecarim ult, going straight in, but he misses. Finally lands the hook onto Frey, and he's going to secure that kill. No, Arsenal will, but Arsenal's going to trade his life back, and Now We Wait should be able to walk this one out, get under his turret. That's going to be, what was that overall? It was a 1 for 2 in favor of the Sheep, and the Arsenal was the one who picked up the kill for the Egoist, so a little unfortunate on those kill time. He says Bomo is able to get a plate on this free push in mid.
Yeah, another
Herald though.
Charm. Yeah, Charm went wide. I think Now We Wait might have died there if the Charm didn't go wide. Oh, we might get a fight here for the Herald. Rake is 6.
Molly's just walking straight in and just gets flash ulted by Geyser, and he should be going down here, but he might just have the movement speed to dodge through as the Ornalt comes out as soon as it ends. And Molly's going to live. Geyser's trying to find the kill, but it's not going to find anything. The Sentinel comes over the top to try and buy some health for his team. As now we wait, dashing straight in. A huge pullback from Geyser as now the Shep are running for their lives. Gent is going to escape in one direction while Rhino tries to escape the other, but it looks like Rhino will go down, but Gent's going to live. That's just going to end up being 1 kill, but no, the Ornn ult comes out, but it's sidestepped by Molly. The Sentinel, or the Seraphine ult comes out, lands, and Arsenal picks up another kill, and Bomo walked back into the queue. And that's going to be another kill as the Egoist kind of blew the gold lead open there. Getting the Herald as well is huge.
Yeah, only Gent ended up getting out of that alive. It looked relatively doomed for the Egoist to start, and then the relative tankiness from Geyser, him getting his passive stacked up, and then the Seraphine plus the ulti from Senna, the shields and heals kind of flipped that fight, gave the opportunity to the Egos to turn it around and flip it from being just Rake dying and really killing 3 members of Shep and trading only 3 for 1. It was pretty impressive there.
Really curious why Molly decided to farm the top wave before just actually. I think he was safe if he just ran.
I think he was trying to prep the wave and push it in. Wasn't expecting them to just commit everything, but also they had the Ornn ult from Silas.
Yeah, but he also had his ult, though. He could have gotten out of that.
Yeah, I don't think he thought he was going to get clipped by the Seraphine R to get charmed back into that. So it almost looked like it tagged him at the very, very edge of it. So a little unfortunate there where he ended up getting tagged by it. But they look for a gank top lane here. Now it looks like he's just going to get his Krugs and then move into the bot side of the map. But I still think that the Shep are in a solid spot here. Most of the gold, or at least the bot lane gold, is on top of the Seraphine currently. Which Senna does finish the Kraken before Freya, but nevertheless, what do you think, Hanmine? What do you think going into this mid game? What are you looking for coming from Shep versus the Egoist here? What do you see as avenues as potential leads?
I think they should try to farm off Ego's bot lane. I mean, they have the tools that they could easily do it, right? Hecarim, Ahri. I think if they could farm off the bot lane, it'll help them going into the mid game.
Okay. So putting a lot more consistency into the bot lane, or putting a lot more just resources down there, trying to get Freya and Gent ahead a little bit more.
Well, I mean, they already have, right? They have 2 dragons. They already have a pretty good bot side. Almost seems like supremacy down here right now, just in the fact that they own the bottom side of the map. So, I mean, might as well take advantage of the fact that they have that and just put a lot of pressure on the enemy's bot lane.
Yeah, and a big win for Shep here with the Hecarim. They get that Cloud Soul on the table, but the Cloud in the middle of the jungle is a nice boost to Hecarim's damage. So pretty nice for them there with the Hecarim. Obviously, probably Ocean Soul's the best, but, you know, Cloud Soul's pretty good.
Yeah, and with Seraphine completing that Echoes of Helia, that's actually really strong. It's kind of a niche item. It's on paper, the item itself is really strong, but there's not a lot of people who kind of utilize both the effects of the shielding, healing, and being the ones that deal damage. A lot of the enchanters, you know, like Lulu, are like, oh, I'm not putting out damage, so while I'm shielding, it's not like I'm really utilizing this whole thing. Seraphine's one of those champions who the shield that she gives and the healing is so in between and like minor, but it's able to really benefit from the echoes. As now we wait, she's just gonna have to flash away from that Hecarim ult, but needless to say, this is a really strong item for Seraphine, and while it's not ideal for her to get the 3 kills early on here, at least she's able to spend that money on a really strong, cheap support item that will really benefit the whole team.
Yeah, and I think it feeds into what they're trying to accomplish here with a more like brawl style team comp instead of going for like an all-in team fight style. They're definitely looking for some type of skirmish into a lot of into the just smaller fights where we got that a little bit at the drag fight, although they had a little bit more of their numbers there plus items, but still worked out really well for their type of team that they're trying to play around. So Melly is continuing to just farm. They're going to put a little bit more emphasis into bot lane as Hanmine had asked for. They are looking for a dive here as Melly gets caught.
Oh, Melly walks up. The charm is going to come out and it's going to land onto Freya. But now Bobo dashes straight forward as Arsenal has to flash for his life. That's going to be 1 kill in favor of the Shep, but they're going to have to back off as reinforcements arrive. But Rake is ghosting forward, and Freya flashes respecting that damage, not wanting to trade 1 for 1 there.
He wouldn't. He shouldn't have saved. He should have did not have flashed there. If he goes in, he just flashes his Xin, uses his E, and then you just walk away, and his team kills Rake. But Melly got way too comfortable knowing the whole team was there, walking up for that. Oh, looks like they're going to go for it. Oh, Jet missed it.
The TP's coming in from behind. Silas is here, and he's going to be able to steal an ult here. Decides one to take. There's the Hecarim ult straight into the double fear, going straight onto Freya. He's going to go down. Gent trying to flash out to safety, but Rake is going to be able to chase him down, and then a solo kill maybe in the top lane. But no, African Rhino's able to escape.
It is a solo kill!
Back as Kaiser gets solo killed for the 3rd time by this Ornn.
Oh my gosh. Here we were thinking that I saw the health bars going down on the mini map or on the side, and it looked like Geyser just had Rhino dead to rights, and then boom, instantly flipped it back onto them with the R from the Ornn, getting that kill. A big turnaround there, giving them the Ornn a little bit of breathing room, a little bit tankier here. Osmali gets found by the Xin.
There is a Lucian here, but there's just so much damage onto that Hecarim. Freya has to dash away to safety while Rake is immune. And now Rake might have gone a bit too far as Rhino is teleported down. The Ahri is here as well. Melly dodges the charm, but it has really nowhere to go as though Rake finds the dash in for it. He gets the kill as now he's going to turn it around Legend as well. That's a double kill going his direction, and Bomo will finally be able to clean it up. But that's 2 kills he had no right to get. Now Bomo is looking to try and chase down onto Arsenal and be able to complete out this triple kill. And he'll get the shutdown onto the Seraphine as this Ahri is definitely in the game now with these 4 kills. Oh, as now we wait, dashing forward. There's still an Ornn here to safety. He's going to have to steal the Ahri ult and just use it to get himself out to safety here. Oh, the flash comes out from Bomo, but he was just baited by his own ult. That's one less flash for them. But a good, fight equalizer by Rake, kind of turning out around a huge numbers disadvantage to be, a 2 for 3 overall in kills.
Yeah, it was an impressive fight from both sides. Rake finishing his item, the Gore Drinker putting in work there, just survivability, damage, and tankiness, everything that he could want, all wrapped into one item and showed it off there, getting a kill onto Freya, who got a little too greedy, but looks like we're getting a drag, 50-50.
Geyser is here. We're going for the 50-50, but Molly is able to secure it. But here comes the Seraphine ult. It only lands on the Gent, but he's very tanky with that pickup of the ult. But he's going to go down here eventually, but they actually trade the shutdown back onto Rake. As now Rhino with nowhere to go will trade his life for it. But it's still a dragon over to the sheep in favor of, I guess they killed Freya as well, so it was a 3 for 1 in favor of the Egoist. But the sheep luckily were able to secure that dragon. Now Bomo, running for his life here, still has his ult, so should be fine to get out. And he'll just be able to walk this one out.
Yeah,
17 minutes, 3 dragons. They have 5 minutes for soul, but Egoists are opening up a big gold lead here, almost 4,000 gold, and looks like they're going to get the second Herald as well.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate that Molly burned his ult in the pit, really only hitting the dragon and maybe catching Rake with part of the magic damage, no fear part. Unfortunately, using it there, he wasn't able to just dive the backline and create pressure. But
but we have another fight here as Bomo is not looking to give away his Herald for free, but might just go down here. No, gets the ult reset, but finally will go down as now Rake and Now We Wait have
Rhino
showed
is
up.
on the way.
They're just destroying people. They have no damage to take out this Xin Zhao, and he's going to be able to run through their whole team. They are able to secure that Herald, but that's a reset in favor of the Bel'Veth, but it's not enough as African Rhino is going to go down as well as this gold lead is just completely ballooning for the Eagles. Every play the sheep want to make just gets backfired on them.
Yeah, and like I've said in the past, the Bel'Veth, stealing the Bel'Veth ult from Sylas is really underrated because all of those scalings that she have, I mean, he flips the scaling, but the scalings are really nice for those the true damage and the HP that you get from pressing R. Plus, you could just immediately reset on it on repeat. So he could just continually pick up Bel'Veth ults, continually resetting, getting that HP. Oh, they might look for a fight. No,
but Seraphine now, they should back away. But now Molly's in a bit of trouble here as Sylas has found him, chunking him out to half health and burning the ult. That's a really big tool the sheep need to find a team fight. But with that down, we'll see the Egoists seem to be comfortable enough trying to siege up, finish off this turret here. It's almost down. Just need a couple auto attacks to see if they can get range here, and they should be able to as everyone retreats to the red buff. But now We Wait is going straight in for the Hecarim. Not happy with how this game is going, and is barely able to get out to safety here, but the ults are coming up on the top to save him alive. As Bomo looks like he's going to be taken down here. The Ornn ult comes out, try and buy some space, and it looks like he got Bomo out. In the meantime, the Lucian actually takes down the Seraphine in a huge Bel'Veth reset. Just pops up, gets a triple kill with that ult damage. And that's the power of Bel'Veth.
Power of Bel'Veth R still does loads of max HP true damage. So big fight from there, and Freya on the backside was able to 1v1 Melee G. Obviously, Senna is a very lackluster 1v1 AD carry. Gets beaten there, and then they ended up with a triple. Probably not onto the member they really wanted to. Probably want that triple kill onto either Molly or Freya or even Bomo. But unfortunately not able to secure that. But ooh, they might be going for Baron here.
This is very risky here, but looks like they're going to go for it here. No one's going to get in range for a while, but they don't do this
Freya needs to be on this
quickly. Freya needs to start hitting here. We got the TP committed from Rhino, but it was in top lane. A couple seconds to walk down here. The Baron's going to get
Yeah,
it.
now they have to commit to it.
2,000 HP.
It's going to be a
1,000
50-50.
HP. It's going to be a flip. Hecarim is able to secure it, but can they get out and win this fight?
With it.
Molly uses the ult to try and disengage here.
You guys are failed to flash over the wall.
Gent gets over it now. Bomo trying to recall in the bush, trying to buy some time. Now we wait, can't find him, just getting, he misses. And now Rhino's going to be the one sacrifice. But that is 4 Barons survive in what was a pretty doomed game. But we're able to sneak out that Baron and get 4 people out alive. And now there's 40 seconds left on this dragon. Rhino will be up in time, but he doesn't have TP, so might be a bit late to the spawn. They might just have to give this one up.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to turn it into drag pressure here, like we had talked about earlier.
Just go for a tower here instead of. They could just easily give dragon.
Yeah, but they want this soul, and they have Baron now. They don't have Baron later. You're going to be as strong as you can be when you're going to take one of these nice fights. So they definitely
but they
should
can
be
pressure
looking
towers and make them back off the dragon too. Dragon hasn't spawned yet.
Yeah, but they didn't secure any real like foothold. They got a couple wards down, but now it's all going to get cleared out because they didn't have mid prio. So they're not firing at all cylinders right now. Looks like they're just trying to clear some vision before the dragon's getting started, but it is already being started. It's like they are going to
give this one.
They're just going to go straight down mid lane. Use these Bel'Veth minions to try and push as fast as they can. Try, force them, the sheep into the, or the Egoist into the long way around. As they're being a bit risky here, taking this short path here, but they're going to be able to get back to their tower for now, as they're only going to lose the one inner turret in exchange for that. As Rhino gets locked up, but should just be able to get himself out to safety, and that is soul averted for the next 5 minutes for Egoist.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that call. I feel like they were going to be... They brought the lead back. They burned a lot of summoners. They had the opportunity to really take a fight there. I really feel like they should have. Take a fight for the drag, get the soul, and then after that, it's just smooth sailing. You could just prep for drag.
Yeah, but like you said, they had no vision. The vision got cleared. They probably didn't want to risk it.
They're going for it, but the charm landed onto the minions instead. But they're still able to get onto Melly. He's so low, but he can't quite finish him off. There we go. Jen finally gets the reset, popping off, but Mollywops gets destroyed in the backline. Bomo is running for his life, but Geyser won't be able to take that 1v1. And now that is Freya going down as well. It's all on Jen to deal damage, but he just can't do it. And now it's just going to be African Rhino being cleaned up. And a 1-for-5 in favor of the Egoist.
Yeah,
and that could be devastating damage to the base.
Too hard.
Well, Bomo got ulted by Geyser and just left in Death Realm, and then the shields from Arsenal, just the Echoes of Helia, proving to be massive. Rake didn't die immediately, and Molly is really, really squishy on this build. He doesn't do enough damage to survive between all the focus on the rest of the team, and Freya went a little melee vein there and got up in the face of Now We Wait and just got instantly obliterated.
Molly able to pick up a shutdown in that 1v4 just to... I don't think anyone expected Rick to die there, but he ends up going down, so at least something back, but that was kind of catastrophic for their game state here. They, like you said, they pulled the gold lead all the way back, and now they're back down to a 3,000 gold lead, or 3,000 gold deficit, and an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane. And the Rylite is completed on the Seraphine. A pretty big core item for her, making it so she doesn't need a double E to actually get that that root, and now her double E will actually stun, so...
Boy. It's getting from bad to worse for the Shep right now, and right now it feels like Molly has been sitting on the Sunder plus Caulfields for a hot minute now. And he really hasn't been able to get towards that Nanimune, and the team isn't getting any squishier. So this Hecarim is kind of becoming mute and is not really going to be doing very much unless he can really get on top of Senna. And beyond that, not much that he's going to be able to do. Just gets deleted if he ever gets CC'd at all. So I'm a little concerned the Shep aren't really going to be able to take any of the fights they want. A lot of that gold went onto the Bel'Veth, and it didn't turn into any...
Freya dashes forward, has to use the flash to get himself out to safety.
Yeah, Gale
Very
Force
aggressive
forward,
there.
trying to get damaged. Doesn't have the Shireldas, which is really what you want when you do something like that on Lucian, so you guaranteed to hit the entire culling. But unfortunate, got a little aggressive, lost his flash. They really need to be looking for one of these picks that they can actually find some value in getting a pick, because right now they're losing the 5v5 and they're not able to find any picks on the side lane, so they got to find some momentum somewhere.
All right. Well, as we get into a little bit of a pause there, as looks like we're back. There was just been so much fighting in the past 10 minutes that it was just on repeat. That if you look at people's CS numbers across the board, most people are they're at 5 CS a minute. It's really slowed down, and like you said, Molly hasn't really been the recipient of any of the kills recently. So while there's been a lot of fighting, he just hasn't gotten any gold income as Freya gets ulted. QSS's immediately to get out to safety. As the Molly Wall goes straight in, he gets onto Melly, who gets just completely destroyed. As now Rake is into the backline trying to 1v3, uses that ult to buy time, but it's not enough. And he's going to get burned down as well.
And Baron spawns.
Baron spawned. Now Wait wasn't even there for that fight. One of their strongest members, if not their strongest member, wasn't even there. Has the teleport, but just wasn't on the same page. They were all looking for something different, and man, that is going to cost them.
Important to note that TP just came up as that fight ended. He was a couple seconds away from being able to join his team there.
I'm confused too, because it looked like Rake actually walked into Freya, and I'm confused why he didn't just capitalize on that.
Well, also now we're about to watch this Soul. Gent
crazy.
This is actually huge for them.
Yeah,
they're looking for another wait.
The TP is coming up. Can the CC land in time? It does. And now we wait. It's going to get picked off here while the rest of the team is going to go back to this Elder. That's going to buy a little bit of time on this Elder. We'll see if enough time for Rake.
Not Elder.
Oh, it's not Elder. It's Soul. My bad. That will be the Soul going over to Shep. So they do have that Cloud Soul for this Hecarim and the Ahri. Try and run people down here, but they're walking straight into a 4-man. They're just going to get completely blown up.
What are they doing?
Robo tries to use the ult to get away, but it's not enough. And a beautiful death bush from the Egoist find the pick. And that might stall out the rest of this push as they're still looking for something, but it is now a 3v5 as Geyser is looking, but he's getting just chunked out real fast. But Freya is almost going down. Rake finds it and kills him. It's now, I think Gent is pulled into the Shadow Realm with Geyser trying to kite it out. Looks like he will for now, but he's going to be brought out. Has to flash over the walls. Now Rhino should get run down here into huge overstep from the Shep, just throwing the lead back over.
Man, they had the lead secured. They had all of the vision. They had everything except, well, I guess not the vision there, right in that specific spot where they decided to just run in when the rest of the team was alive. Such a massive mistake after massive mistake. So Egoist tossed the game, then the Shep tossed the game. It's really unfortunate. They did end up with the Cloud Soul.
It's almost like the Shep and Egoist are playing catch right now.
They really are tossing fastballs back and forth to each other, trying to throw it as hard as a major league pitcher. But unfortunately, it looks like the Egoists are going to get the better of this. They still have a Baron on Gent, and they have a Cloud Soul on everybody, which gives them a nice little advantage. But I'm a little scared that the Egoists are just going to be able to capitalize on a massive mistake from the Shep and just win the game off of it.
We are getting to that territory 30 minutes into the game where one team fight could just lose the entire game from it. That timers are getting up there in length. As we see with just Gent here and Bobo, they don't have the pressure to actually push on the rest of this Baron buff they have. So that should just be expiring here shortly in. Not even going to be able to get, the last remaining outer tower here with that Baron because of that play that was made. So Melly, if we could get a stack check on Melly, he has to be, scaling up pretty well here. Has the 3 items completed. Looks like he has a decent amount of range. Probably sitting maybe around 80 souls, I would guess.
I've been counting. It's at least one.
At least one, okay.
At least one. And
okay,
not a single one of them has protected him from that Hecarim deleting him in every fight. So,
It's sitting on 86 souls though, and soon you'll get to a point where if you can auto tech Hecarim twice before his ult lands on you, that'll help. But looks like both teams kind of just posturing around, not just catching waves back and forth, waiting kind of for the next objective to present itself. As the spectator is really struggling this game.
He's really struggling, but we're approaching a nice point in the game here where we're gonna kind of hit a team fight that hopefully we don't miss.
All right. Well,
while spectator is really trying.
Keep on your thought here while spectator is thinking.
It seems like the Shep have been really capitalizing on finding Melly early in these fights. So the moment that they don't find Melly early in a fight, I think they're really going to struggle to kill Melly later in a fight without diving and instantly dying. Freya has been doing his best melee Vayne impression, just frontlining in front of Rake, and now we wait. So hopefully he kites a little bit more. It looks like he is building towards the Sereldas, which will help a lot with his abilities in kiting. But it seems like we can't get past this point here.
Ooh, spectator.
Oh, look. Did it go through? I think it went through.
All right. I think we're going to try to get back to the game here shortly. Looking at maybe restart the spectator and get back to the point we were at. Hopefully, we're able to finish off this game and spectator doesn't just
it doesn't just decide
completely die.
Well, while we wait, a word from our sponsors.
Yeah, who are those?
Who are those?
Oh,
that is really tragic.
It sounds like we're not actually going to be able to see the ending of that game. Unfortunately, sounds like the game has concluded. If we have the result of that game, are we going to a game 5, or did we unceremoniously miss the ending of the series?
Oh, that would be so unfortunate that spectator delay took away the final team fight. We're gonna
Don't worry, we'll get it up on paint. We'll paint it out for you guys.
All right. Well, before we know the result, how about you explain to me how this game ended, okay?
Yeah, Hanmine, what you got?
You couldn't see it, but Bomo took Ari and 5-man charmed the entire team.
Okay.
That's
Then he went for a leg sweep. Swept the legs.
Swept the leg. After
sweeping, they all unceremoniously died. That's how I think it went.
That's, I'm not sure how the game ended, but I'm positive that's not what happened.
You can't prove that.
Maybe Void, you could give us a better interpretation of the ending of the game we don't get to see.
Well, I'm gonna just predict that the Egoists lost that game and that Black Shep were able to pull it out. Just because I still think that their comp was a little easier to execute. The Black Shep did win, and we have been confirmed, so we did miss the ending of that game, which
I told you, Bomo swept the leg.
Really tragic. He swept the leg.
Bomo swept the leg.
Yeah, okay. Hanmine. Of course he swept the leg. Well, it is a little tragic that we missed the end of that game, but
hey, with that Shep winning, we are going to a 5th and final game. Hopefully we're going to see this whole game, but as we figure out how we're getting into game 5, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see the finale of the semifinals matchup. And we are back for the final game of this semifinals matchup between the Black Sheep and the Egoists. Egoists have decided to go over to red side for this final game, hoping that will give them a little bit more of an advantage here in this draft. All right. Hard question, though. Is it time for the Belveth support to go away?
No,
I don't think they ban it.
they're not gonna ban it. They're not gonna waste a ban on Belveth support, but
I think they don't think it's an issue.
maybe they brought Altro in just to dissuade it because he can play Thresh.
Well, they banned Thresh, so they're not dissuading shit.
Shit. Well, they read me already. It's over. Go next. Well,
All right. Maybe, I think based off what's happened these past two games, I think the Egoists just want to give Melee something, an AD carry with at least a little bit of mobility, and there's the Belveth ban.
they got the respect ban, but they had to drop an important top lane ban for it. So what are we going to get? First pick Camille or first pick Aatrox?
All right, look, Rhino's been solo killing Geyser on Ornn, okay? So I'm a little scared of what's about to happen here. But
we might see a 10 kill Aatrox in this game. They're deciding which one's worse. Oh, that was the other side. I'm dumb. Oh, they're good. Yeah, okay. Yep, they're banning me. Ooh.
There's the Ash. Black Sheep couldn't fit the Xayah in, so they're gonna first pick it to not give it over to Melee G.
Game 5, we got some good bans and some new champs. We're gonna see a lot of new stuff in this game.
Yeah, definitely appreciate them when they dropped the Xayah ban, actually picking it for themselves, because that would have been the perfect champion to put over in Melee's hands, give him a little bit more safety. So they're gonna have to find something here. What are you kind of focusing on something that Melee could play that would have a little bit more safety? It's not just gonna get run down by the enemy team.
I would like to see him on something with any type of mobility. I mean, Kai'Sa is up and available. I mean, we've got some other champions that he could play. Like Tristana would be solid. I know I've seen him play Trist a decent amount, but I'd like to see him on a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's not that great in Xayah though, so I might see him go into something a little different. Let's see. I'm curious.
Well, there it is.
Yeah. I decided to go with Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's probably the best bet next to like Ezreal, but I don't think Melee wants to play Ezreal because he plays too aggressive to play Ezreal. So happy to see the Kai'Sa, which is probably going to be the best answer to Kai'Sa or to Xayah that we're going to see. I'm more interested to see what Gent is going to retaliate with because they've got the full bot lane here already. I'd be lying if Poppy didn't look really, really nice somewhere on this Black Sheep team.
Yeah, they're going to go with the Zac for now here. Already piloting that once for Molly here in that, I believe it was game 1 that he pulled that one out. Hoping to find a little bit more success than they were able to in that game, but they have all the momentum going into this game 5 here, looking to pull off the reverse sweep, and they're actually going to get the Hecarim, so it's going to be a Zac support potentially.
That's Zac top.
No.
I think it's Zac support.
No, but I think this is an interesting scenario here. Zac technically could go top and could go support. Hecarim definitely not a laner anymore as he used to be a top laner. Okay, retaliating with a top lane. All
right, and there's just the Wukong for Geyser.
Yeah.
Technically, it's a flex, but I'm like 99% sure this is just Geyser. It's a comfort Wukong for him. He's played it a bunch, been pretty successful with it.
Yeah,
and they're just looking to ban out some more top laners here. That might be a bad matchup for the Wukong.
I'm a little sad that the Shep didn't pick like a mid or a top laner for their blue side third pick and just hid the support Zac instead of just locking in the Hecarim and just kind of outwardly saying, yeah, this is going into support. I feel like they could have held that and baited the Egoist into banning a couple, into really just throwing 2 bans away, probably into support, easily picking up another pick or picking top and then just them wasting bans elsewhere. So I'm a little sad they didn't do that, but they still ended up probably with what they wanted, which is hard engage between the Hecarim and the the Zach able to get to the backline relatively easily.
Yeah, we'll see what Rake decides to go with here. See if he wants to run his hand at another attempt on the Karthus, or if he has something else in his pocket here. Time's coming down, and he's going to lock in the Fiddlesticks.
Ooh.
So we are getting the explosive engages everywhere so far here.
Oh yeah, that is a nice counter to hard engaged team fights, especially if you're. Oh, and they're doubling down on it. African Rhino had Camille available and decided to go with Ornn. Okay, a little bit of the shift. They probably just knew what their team was going to be good at, and then going to Ari, a safe pick mid, also relatively good for Bomo.
Yeah,
So
trying to go with this strategy that's been getting him the win so far with the Black Sheep, playing this super tanky, Ornn top lane, and just trying to funnel all the resources into this bot lane, get Frey and Gent ahead. Although I think it's going to be a bit more difficult here with the Zac instead of the Spellveth. Doesn't quite have as good of engages. We're actually going to get an Akshan as the last pick here, going into the mid lane here for Now We Wait. That is a very spicy pick for this draft.
I'm gonna say I really don't like the Egoist draft just because it's once again this feast or famine kind of game. They don't have a frontliner. The Shep have 3 effectively. Well, probably 2 because Molly's gonna build full damage Hecarim, but you effectively have 2 massive frontliners. You've got a lot of damage coming out of the Egoist, but if anybody gets caught, they're just dead, and then that's just a member down for the fight.
I just feel like Black Ship has more disrupting too.
Yeah, well, Egoists have Rakan,
Fiddlesticks,
and Wukong. They've got a lot of displacement and moving people around. Charm, Fear, Knockup. You got a lot of things in there that can really disrupt a Hecarim specifically. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, is protect Melee G a little bit with a lot of different, easy abilities to hit. You just click on the Hecarim with the Fear, and he's feared. So not a lot he could do about that one, but I'm going to favor the Black Sheps in this one just because the team comp is more consistent. It's easier to pull off. From what it's worked out so far, the easier comp has been what's working the best.
I have faith in Melee here. If he's able to play team fights out without just being one shot and not having any real options like in the previous 2 games, he has a lot better peel options, and there's less reliable hard engage on the Black Shep than in previous games. And Melee, I believe in Melee to pull this one out, as long as his team doesn't fall behind. I'm a little concerned about this Akshan in the mid lane, but other than that, I think the Eagles have a pretty solid draft. And with how eager the Black Shep were to overstep into Fog of War in the previous games, I think this Fiddlesticks can really just wreak havoc on their whole team. So I give the edge to Egoist and kind of halt this momentum for the Black Sheep, and finally able to close this series out, which should have probably been closed out in game 3.
Dang, the disrespect. Well, Hanmine, you're the desk vote for which team do you think is going to win this one?
I'm going to stay true to my prediction, 3-2 Black Shep. Let's hope they don't make me a liar.
And 2-1 on the desk. The Black Sheep will win. We cannot play the game now. It's over. GG, go next.
Well, there isn't a next. This is game 5.
Well, the game's over before Champ Select started because we obviously picked the Black Ship. And we can't cast or curse. That's not a real thing.
All right. Well, congratulations to the Pandas for winning Emerald League Season 4 Finals. And we'll throw it to a quick break before we see the inevitable end of this Game 5 matchup. And we are here for the start of Game 5 between the Black Shep and the Egoist. Ignore the software where it says we're in Game 3 with the Egoist up 2-0. That was a while ago. The Black Shep have been pulling out these last two games in relatively interesting fashions off the back of primarily the Belvest support that's really been getting them a lot of advantages in the early game. Now onto the Zac support, a little bit I don't know how to say this nicely.
It's a great
weaker?
support pick.
Weaker pick?
No,
in
it's
the
so much
support
better.
role?
It's so much better that I've been told by Harvey. No, I'm just kidding. I can't do that. It's just Champion's so terrible at support. I hate it so much. So I don't see it doing very much in this game. There's
All right.
really little he could do other than dive the back line.
Well, for the Sheep's sake, I think they hope it does a little bit more than nothing. But both junglers starting off on opposite sides here. So we'll see if we get any sort of early ganks coming out for either team as get into some more standard lanes. I don't think we're going to get any sort of a crazy kill here, level 2, but
No, you don't see the.
Dictator is still being bad.
Hopefully, as long as we don't miss the final team fight of this game, I will be okay with this. A couple pauses here and there, but it was a heartbreaker that we lost the final fight of the game. Maybe we'll be able to snag a replay from somebody's match history, but unfortunately, let's see. Kaisa is getting the push on bot lane. Is a little concerned if they were going to get pushed in, but looks like they're going to be able to hold the push. Hecarim's hovering mid.
So
we
look
do
for that play.
Oh, the hit level 3 might be looking there.
It's going to be off of
there it
the
is.
charm, but now he's just going to swing out to safety. So nothing gained there, but a little bit of wasted time for Molly. Actually popped the ghost there, so that is a summoner committed for nothing.
Yeah,
Out of the mid lane.
If he was going to burn ghost, I would have liked him to take the long route around on the upper side of the river to see if he could interrupt something there and give Bomo a little bit of time, but it's getting a trade in, but...
Yo, look at that Zac value.
Oh, it was huge. Did you see it? He stunned them really far away from the AD carry. Yeah, no. Oh, Geyser?
Geyser's got to be careful here. He doesn't quite get the brittle passive on him, but has to flash away regardless. And Rhino's just having his way with this matchup up in top lane.
Yeah, Rhino over here really putting the hurt on Geyser no matter what he plays, solo killing him, bullying him in lane. Everything is pain. Okay, there it goes. Well, besides that, we do see the Hecarim clearing. Looks like he's just going to finish out a full clear here, which is not like he has much to do other than that. Maybe he could look for an invade to put a ward down, just track the Rake a little bit, but we all know what Rake's going to do. He's going to power farm. He ain't going to look for ganks. I think he ganked more on Karthus than he did in the last game.
Well, luckily for him, I don't think Fiddlesticks is expected to be perma-ganking level 3, so at least he's got that going for him. Able to pick up an early camp advantage here, and using those what do you call them?
Oh, looking for fight.
Whatever his ward passive thingy is, getting a lot of vision just across the map here, so at least they will know if Hecarim is trying to look for something in that area. But so far, not too much action happening across the map here. Teams just content on trading some farm in these early levels, but it's already opening up a decent CS lead early on for this Akshan, about a wave in it ahead of this Ahri, so not too shabby for the first 5 minutes of the game, and we'll see if he can keep pressing that advantage, or if it's just the result of a couple missed minions on the first couple waves.
Yeah, and it looks like Hecarim is leaning like he's going to look for another mid gank, but he also could just look for something down here. He's going to get spotted, which is not good for him, but he's going to get spotted on a good ward placement by Rake. Oh, clearing out. I do believe they should know he's here. Don't think the Fiddlesticks ward triggered.
All right, pings come down on his location, so it looks like they know he's trying to start up the dragon, and now Rake has confirmed it with his body. Has to be a bit careful as his bot lane was looking to take a reset, but they canceled that recall to stick around. So there shouldn't be a free dragon, but Bomo is completely out of mana, as now we wait is just punishing him with these auto attacks. Bomo's going to have to take a recall, and then we get it all in the top lane. Guys are pulling out the ult, but it's not going to be quite enough damage. But he'll at least get some wave control up in this top side. Trying to deny this stacked wave from Rhino, but I think he might have enough health to pick this one up, as he's still fairly healthy and he's about to hit 6, and you're not going to be able to dive him once that happens. So.
Yeah, but it looks like we're cooking on the bot side. Oh, maybe Rhino's going to go for the solo kill.
Just the flash auto. Flash auto is all he's going to need.
He doesn't want to use it.
Guys are trying to and the charge is going to secure it, and that's solo kill number 4 by Ornn in this matchup. And Rhino is showing why he should be considered the best top laner in the league.
Yep, really showcasing it here. Had his Camille available, could have gone to it, decided to stick with the Ornn. All business here for the Ornn. Solo kills across the board, just anchoring this top lane down for his team and being a key factor in all these victories.
Yeah, I mean, we could kind of point that out as being one of the big differences. Like, sure, we could say that, oh, Rake didn't play well in the 3rd game, and the team kind of fell apart in the 4th game, but in the first 2 games, they at least had, something to play for up in this top side. And we're at least going, getting advantages back and forth, but it hasn't been looking very pretty for them these past 2 games, and maybe this kind of forced their hand to be a little bit more bot side focused when they didn't really want to be.
Yeah, and also maybe a thing to notate, I don't think the Egoists have gotten a dragon, maybe 1 dragon in the last 2 games.
Shep have maintained just a dominant bot control over the dragons.
Yeah, Molly has just completely shifted towards objective fighting, and they have gotten the soul in the last, I think they got the soul in the game 3 as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, so they've gotten the soul in the last 3 games. Maybe one of their keys to winning these games, possibly, but continuing to have full control realistically over these objectives. The Herald is up and Rake is there, but
he took his recall. He's not going to go for it.
Yeah, he decided to go for his recall anyways, even though he knew Hecarim was on the bot side of the map.
Yeah,
a little disappointing for his team. He has full control on top, and he had full control mid, so he could have gone for that relatively easily, but it's like they're going to spot out the mid laner here. I don't know. Did they spot out the Zac there? They may not have.
All right, well, Zac's going to go for it. He's going to force the flash out of Now We Wait, but pulls him back, but he's got enough distance to be able to survive that. And doesn't look like bot lane's really going to be able to get a lot of pressure down before Zac gets back here, so good rogue timing by him, getting a flash out of this mid lane, who's been building up a CS lead up to 15 CS in the lead now, so it's been putting on the pressure here, but without that flash could be a lot more difficult now that Hecarim is also going to be 6. And so, looks like they're just going to get free Herald out of it.
Yeah, it looks like they just, once again, just free objectives across the board. Just Egoists are not interested in contesting these. They're just more interested in getting farm down and sticking to their guns, just trying to get as much gold as possible and a little bit more lane control as much as they can. But, I want to point over to one of our hidden casters here. We've got the expert Zac support person on our desk. So I want to know here, Harvey, what do you think Zac is really going to do in this game? Like, what is he really bringing to the table?
Primarily, it's just fight disruption. You don't have to play engage at all, especially these characters. It's just counter their engage.
Cancels the recall, and Bomo has to use the flash to get out, but it might not be enough.
Oh, he gets the charm!
Dashes, but he gets the charm! No. And he gets him undeterred, barely gets enough health to come back and live from it. And that is terrible for the Egoist there, as that first play completely backfires.
Yeah, it looks... Oh, they're looking for another play.
The ult comes in, the charm lands onto Freya. The Zac isn't quite able to find the knockup, but just disrupts it with the ult. Meli's not able to get into the backline onto Freya. It'll just be a trade of ults, but now Molly is ghosting in, looking for that engage. Ult straight onto Meli, but flashes the fear, so he'll be able to get himself out to safety. And that's a bunch of ults burned, but everyone's going to walk away with their lives for now. But Rhino could be in a bit of trouble here as the second ult is committed by Geyser. But if the Brutal Prop comes out, Geyser is able to dodge away from the ult, or he would have gotten down. As Molly's looking for something, Zach comes in with the passive taking. He still has the passive to survive out of this. Melee tries to ult away, but it's not going to be enough. And that's going to be a double kill going over in favor of the Sheep as Rhino is just running around this whole team. He gets feared and he might just go down here, gets slowed up. Geyser's got to be careful. Please don't walk back into this. And that's going to be a kill over to Rake. But a lot of gold in Molly's pocket there.
Oh, fighting literally everywhere. Starting with the mid lane, going to bot, back to top, back to bot lane, then all the way back to freaking top lane where a kill happened too. Fighting everywhere on the map right now. Bomo, a little bit of trouble. Ooh, barely survived that last passive proc. But before all of that craziness was happening, and I think when I thought Bomo had thrown the charm, it was actually a Q that he threw and then just hit Nowy Wait with the point and click charm, but hiding behind his tower.
He should be fine here. He gets a plate though.
Worth it. Well, back to what you were trying to say, Harvey. Fighting for your Zac support that we all on the desk know is terrible. So you give me a reason to pick this over Nautilus.
You do survive considerably longer on a botched engage than Nautilus. Usually he's not contributing to Nautilus to death on like Nautilus is. So
yeah, but can he contribute as much in lane?
Yes, if you don't use E first, especially on Brown Vision, if you're just fishing for Qs, you're not forced to do anything. Your Q pull of a fish, the first Q1 on a champion, Q2 on melee minion or something, into an E is always easily convertible.
All right, well Rake is looking for it. The silence doesn't land in time, so Gent is able
they're gonna
to
get corralled.
Now they're getting collapsed on. A huge Hecker remote comes out into the fear onto Melee. He's trying to get himself out to safety. Ultra with the good peel back as Geyser is TP'd in, but they're still being corralled. Bomo decides not to commit to the collapse as Oxstrom was right behind him.
But they're about to get Ornn ult. They don't have Fiddle Arb. Yeah,
no Hecker ult, no Fiddle ult. Ornn ult is coming back up, but it's
no Rakan ult either, which is a really big cooldown.
Geyser is looking for something over the wall. He's not spotted on vision. We'll see if he can find his engage on Defray. He goes over invisible. Pops the Q just to
Molly's isolated,
but it's not enough as Molly jumps in, but it's not enough damage, and he should be going down here, but at the same time, Geyser got picked off by a charm from Bomo.
Nowy Wait is biding his time.
He was spotted. They did see an outline of him, so they should know where he is. Freya just get tricked by this dragon, has to flash away to safety as African Rhino jumps in, but it's not enough damage, so now Gent's going to be sacrificing himself. Didn't think that thought his team might have been able to follow up on that, but unfortunately they're not able to. So Boma's just trying to steal this dragon, but it's not going to happen. And the Egoists are going to come out on top for the first time this game.
Yeah, I think Molly made a massive mistake there. He went straight at the Fiddlesticks, who, as I pointed out at the start of the game, is just going to click Q on you and then just watch you flail around and watch you die. That's exactly what happened. He got feared, he got stunned up, he immediately died afterwards. I would like Molly to just collect this wave here, but I think he's going to look for... He does have Ghost.
He's looking for it, and he is going to stop the back, and now Melly's trying to run for his life as we look at 3 frames for a second, but Molly is taking so much damage. Who's going to go down first? And Melly secures the kill. He should go down to Freya here, as Freya just needs one more auto attack, and that's going to be it, a shutdown. But that was just another free kill donated over to Melly, as Molly... didn't quite have ult up. It just came up, I believe, as he went down. So, not able to secure that. But Molly is going for lethality this game. So a little bit different than the last game, but a lot more upfront burst. But it's going to be even squishier than he was last game.
Yeah, it's a lot more upfront burst, but I do think it is the right decision. The Sunder really is a bad build now, and it's only okay into like massive frontliners where you can heal a lot off the auto, where he's really not going to be able to do that in this game. So lethality, where he could just delete somebody off the game or out of the game, is just going to be more beneficial than building any type of Sunder. So I do agree with the build, but if he makes mistakes like that, way less does he have to react to it, where he just kind of instantly loses his health bar. So he really needs his team to follow up, and if he's not going without ult, or if he's going in without ult, he's for sure going to get feared and killed.
All right, well, we'll have to see if they were able to execute it. You know, Rake is 2-0-2 on this Fiddlesticks. Melly has 2 kills under his belt, has died twice as well, so hasn't been able to stay very safe so far, but do have the options here, so we might get a fight around this Herald. Both teams kind of posturing, but looks like everyone's just going to back off and Herald will reset. As no one's too confident in starting that up, as now we wait. Has completed the Kraken Slayer now, so that's a big spike of damage for this Akshan. And see if he's able to pull it off. This Rake is getting caught out here. He has to use the flash on the Rhino just to buy space, but the ult is going to come out, flash into the turret, flash away, but they get him anyway. And that's going to be a shutdown. Going over to the Ahri, and it's going to be the Rift Herald as well, going into their pocket, unless they can pull out a 4v5 here. But it's going to be risky if they try it. African Rhino's looking to find them here, but it might just walk up a little bit too far forward. Goes straight into the team, but it doesn't matter. He knows they don't have the damage. Take him out, and Shep are going to secure the Herald as well.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong there, but Rake hasn't gotten a kill with an ulti. He got kill with E, right? Because the ulti mid got his mid laner killed, and then the bot lane one didn't really do anything up fear the Zac. So kind of funny that he got those there. But Rake being, I don't want to say a little disrespectful there with that base right in Ornn's face, but felt a little forced, especially when the Herald was about to go. A little bit. Probably shouldn't have done that right there. Get a little caught there, but hopefully that trend does not continue. But we'll see. It looks like Egoist have take squeeze. Oh, Bomo getting jumped on.
It should be fine. Just walk this one out, but
okay.
Duskblade completed for the Hecarim, so if he can get that first reset, he'll be at least a little bit of chance that he'll be able to keep dishing out the damage or look for an escape route. But it's gonna be even squishier when he first goes in. But I think that's probably his only chance of not just trading 1-for-1 is getting that invulnerability proc from the Duskblade. As we get a pause, as it looks like the support has disconnected, so hopefully they'll be able to reconnect here soon. As I'm seeing readies, so they've at least started. So the pause will be less than 3 minutes.
Okay, cool. Well, that's ideal. Well, while we're sitting and waiting, Hanmine, what do you think is going to be one of the key factors for the Egos to kind of get back into this game?
Oh,
that sounds positive.
That's plausible.
Rake's gonna have to hit an effective ult. I think it's gonna come down to I think Rake and Altro really taking this game. Depending on how their ult usage is used. If he can get an effective ult, I think they can very well blow up the Hecarim and the Ahri.
Oh, Molly about to fit. Oh no, he's about to face
right.
This
clip it right here, as this might just be disaster. 5 seconds before disaster, as Molly's walking straight in.
Nah, he ults. He ults backwards.
He ults back. I mean, he could if he doesn't die immediately in charm is the problem.
We'll see if he can get this.
Oh, Ultra's right over there. Oh, he walking
might get
into
out.
Geyser.
I don't think Gent is gonna confirm.
He's walking into Geyser. It's not. It's Ultra is on the other side of the river, but definitely a possible I just instantly die moment here.
All right. Well, he was able to walk out to safety, and nothing happened.
Unfortunately, in the freeze,
They knew, but
Check
it looks
that
like
man's computer.
Yeah, check it. We gotta know. They know it's warded right there, but they don't have anything to clear it. They're just kind of letting bot. Oh no, they are dropping.
Oh, the Fiddlesticks huge all coming in, but there's just no follow up. But he might just have the damage to solo out himself, as he just dealt so much damage using his own just to buy some time. Now Freya is gonna have to carry this, but he's silent and shut down. As now Geyser is looking for more here, but I don't think he's going to find it, and might have to be a bit respectful here. The ult comes out from Akshan, but he's able to weave one bullet around the turret and somehow
the
find
mid
that
tower.
angle.
No, so the mid tower is still up, so
block.
it does not block exactly. The mid tower was not up, so those bullets don't block, so we could able to charge the entire thing of that ult and just lay into Bomo there. Didn't need as much, but man, we as Hanmine was calling it, Rake, the key factor of that fight, just starting it up, Ultra following up and keeping those
their
people
whole
in the
team.
ult. Yeah, the charm, keeping all of them inside of that Fiddlesticks ult long enough for it to really just decimate the entire team. Huge fight for the Egoist, really swinging that gold lead. They were down about 2K, now they're up about 2K. Can't seem to shape this 2K lead on either side.
Yeah. And
Both teams fighting back.
They were also able to secure that dragon there. So the software is a little
yes, the
a little funky here, but I believe Shep have taken 2 dragons, right?
They should they have one. They lost the second fight.
They took one.
They fought for the second Drake and did not get it, and the Egos took it.
Oh, the Egos.
So this is the 3rd Drake that's being done by Rake currently.
No, he's already.
No,
done.
he's not doing. He's not up.
That's his clone. Yeah.
That's his clone.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Well, okay. We can see it underneath the overlay. It's fine.
Okay. Underneath the overlay. Oh, there, yeah. So Egos have 2.
Yeah. We'll see. Oh, as we maybe no. Okay.
Oh, there we go. The replay, or the I believe they just pulled off the overlay, but looking forward here into this game, I guess a big factor for the Egoist to get in the lead was that Rake ult, but now they're going to have to find some more scenarios where they can just exploit this Fiddlesticks. This tower is hanging on by a thread. They know where Rake is. They're not going to commit to this, right? Where they walk up to the wave and everybody dies.
Rhino's walking up to it. He's looking for one auto attack, and he's going to get it, but it might cost him his life. He's already down to half HP, but he's able just to walk this one out as Rake was trying to find a position. Looking for the engage, but they just can't find anything, and now they're going to have to back off so they don't overcommit into Rake. And that's Ghost committed a failed engage, and Wukong is just farming up in that top side as Rhino getting his recall stopped yet again, and now he might be in trouble here. Almost getting taken down. There's super deep into the team, but he's able to be peeled off with that Rakan ult. Now Melly G actually gets caught out, uses that ult just to buy a little bit of space, gets the double kill in the end as Frey uses the ult to try and get himself out as Rake flashes forward to keep this going. Boma just buying some space for the rest of his team. That's 2 more kills going over in red team's favor, and they might just be going for Baron here at 21 minutes.
Yeah, that was a massive overstay once again. Like the recall getting caught just in a greedy recall position. There was no real reason to go there. Should have ran a little bit further back. But now they're going to have to either contest this. Yeah, it looks like they are going to contest it. But Geyser's on the back here.
Freya has no ult either.
Oh, what a nice Ornar.
Huge Orn ult comes out, but there's just no damage. Freya doesn't have ult. He's just going to get soloed out by this Wukong as Rhino is trying to buy some space, but with no backline damage, there's nothing he can do. And that's Baron at 22 minutes going in favor of the Egoists as they are in prime position to control their fate of this game and close it out cleanly. But guys are going aggressive, but they know he has backup as Rake finds a huge ult, and that could just be devastating damage being dealt to their base right here after a huge ult from Rake again.
Yeah, they just couldn't stop the Baron, and they had a lot more cooldowns left because Geyser was untouched from the previous fight, using his ulti to keep the Zac out and to damage down Freya, and ended up pushing him completely out of the fight, disrupting the entire engage. So only African Rhino really went in alone, just doesn't have the damage, just got killed immediately. Unfortunate for him. And now Wukong, who sat top lane farming the entire last like 2.5-3 minutes, finishes his Black Cleaver before Rhino finishes his second item, even though he had so much of a lead in the early game. So really unfortunate stuff here for the Shep.
I cannot believe that Geyser finished his Black Cleaver before Rake did. That's why doesn't Rake have his Black Cleaver?
Yeah, you're right. Curious. Curious.
Just a disrespectful Fiddlesticks build, not building Black Cleaver. But
yeah, I don't know. Instead, he bought the Disrespect book.
Bought the Magi's once again. You know, he got it fully stacked up. Might as well spend that 1,000 extra gold to have a pretty big upside.
Yeah.
on top of it, as the dragon is just about to spawn here. Will be the second Cloud Dragon for them if they are able to secure it. And it doesn't look like the Black Sheep are interested in contesting, although as they say that, it might be walking a little bit too far forward. Now we wait, scouting, and a huge rake coming over the wall with that Fiddlesticks ult. Zach with no passive is going to go down immediately. And that might just secure them the dragon, although it is Fiddlesticks ult committed. But I don't think the Egoists are in a position to win a 4v5. But Wukong is TPing away, but Rhino cannot match, so.
Yeah, they're giving up the drag possibly for a tower here, which Rhino will die for. He'll die for the shutdown or the objective goal, the objective bounty that he's going to get from the tower. But Freya,
I don't think it's worth it.
Freya's dead.
Freya has to use the ult to try and buy some space. The Action ult is going to come out, and Freya's trying to dodge behind the tower. He will do so, but then Molly just gets caught out trying to protect him. As now we wait, just going through the tower. They get
History
the
does not
kill.
repeat itself. No Charmer Tower.
And now that's 3 kills down. They have Baron already. They just secured their dragon. They should just start pushing in to try and get these last outer turrets here. As they're almost 10,000 gold lead. They're 8,000 now. They should be closer to 9,000. Once that tower goes down, if they can get one more, hitting that 10,000 gold lead is pretty early on into this game, and it's looking a little doom for the Egoists here.
Yeah, it just kind of went from bad to worse. The snowballing continued, and they didn't have a good support like Leona or Nautilus to kind of help them, get any type of hard engages on this. Completely stopped here because Zach is a great support.
Yeah, I love when my support Zach doesn't do anything and then buys Sunfire first item.
Yeah, Sunfire is a bit. It's a choice.
Oh man, really wishing they picked Leona here.
Right.
Well, I was gonna kind of put it over here because it's gonna be tough for the Shep to get back into this one. But what do you think? What's their miracle scenario right now to get back into this one?
All right, I think you need to find Melly and Now We Wait just isolating themselves, greeting for a wave. They both have massive shutdowns on them. If you could take them out, you can at least slow down the push. You get some gold back for yourselves. But I mean, that's gonna need to happen multiple times. It's not like they can find one pick and they're going to be able to vault themselves back into the game. They're going to need some continuous mistakes, and that's kind of, they just need to keep ward control kind of on their side of this jungle here and just hoping that someone carelessly walks into it. But Rhino is going to have to be in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to use the flash to get out of range there, as they are at least pushing out these waves pretty far. Although that did cost Rhino his flash, but not a lot of pushing that they're kind of able to pull off here with the Egoist, with all these waves really pushed out against them. So game's kind of stalling out a bit, but with the 10,000 gold lead, you can wait a couple minutes and not really feel too bad about it.
Yeah, they're probably just waiting for the soul to come out, right? At least that's. Oh,
he's dead! He's dead!
He's dead!
Oh, he got to the minions with the ult. It was able to survive.
Yeah, lethality Hecarim, ladies and gentlemen. He is a glass cannon. So not super surprised, but a little scary to see your Hecarim get deleted like that.
He bought 2 cloth armors in Fear Dog. He's not letting that happen.
He bought 2. Oh, Freya's gonna get the same treatment. Burning the ulti is fine.
It's just one auto from Akshan, and Freya's popping the ult in Fear.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for the Baron that's coming up at about 20 seconds here. That's probably going to be the nail in the coffin. Don't think they really need to sit and wait for much left. Or they really don't need to wait for the Cloud Soul. They really just want to go for the end. I guess Cloud Soul for Fiddlesticks is kind of hilarious, but because then he just goes running through the middle of your team like Mach 10. But realistically, it's not necessary for them to win this one. Looks like
Horse has no ulti.
Horse is not getting into this one before it's gone, and if they try to contest this, Fiddle ults from no vision, and they die. So
it's
So
losing the ability to have any sort of optimism, for
Oh no.
as Momo is gonna have to maybe use the ult. No, he won't commit to it. But very scary. The auction could be anywhere.
Yeah, I think what we should do is turn this question over to the big Shep hopeful and predictor on the desk here, Hanmine. What do you think? What do you think is gonna come of this when the Egoists somehow throw the game?
Molly?
Oh!
No mini things this time.
Won't save him this
Mm.
time as Molly gets caught out trying to set up some sort of play. And,
Trying to look for something, gets absolutely incinerated just instantaneously.
Bro, he's one of the horse hunter.
Melly's going for it!
Oh my god.
And look at that. Melly just goes straight into it. He's able to kite out the Zac. Not enough CC underneath that turret. And hopefully that's going to be the go button for the Egoist to break open this base and kind of end the game finally. But looks like they're kiting back to Soul as well. So should be able to at least break this mid lane tower and inhibitor at the same time as securing the Soul. But no, they're going to back off the inhibitor. So still no lethal base damage has been dealt. Got to be a bit careful here, looking for that last ditch engage. Rhino's looking for the ult. Good ult. My guy's gonna interrupt everything.
No.
These guys are just peeling perfectly for Melly here, as Melly is able to fight them off and keep Geyser alive. And a beautiful play by Geyser to really stall out that 2v4 in the last ditch effort that the Black Shep had.
That's
Freya is looking to take this 1v1, uses the exhaust and the ult to buy some spaces. Now we wait. We'll secure the tower in the end, but not able to get more just yet. But now they're being pushed on all sides as Melly will take the bot lane as
way
well.
over there. Might think push up. Never mind.
Optimal League Championship League is raiding us. Oh boy. Well, it's a little.
Alright, the huge fiddlesticks coming out. This Gent's just going to get exploded. The passive isn't going to be enough to save him, as Rake has been on point with these ults, as Melly is looking to keep the fight going. Still has the ult if he wants to commit, but not finding the right target so far. But they're just going to rotate around, take all three inhibitors. They still have Baron for a little bit longer, but that's going to be double super minions if they're even going to get there in time, as both the Nexus towers are under siege. One goes down, the second is going to fall soon. The Hecarim looks for the last engage, but he gets charged up and taken down. The final turret's going to go down. Geyser with a huge ult into the backline. Melly G diving in. He's going to be able to finish off, take down these last couple members. And that's going to be the Egoist finally bouncing back and winning Game 5 to advance to the finals.
Oh boy. The Silver Scrapes going crazy, and the Black Shep fall. The Egoists take Game 5, take away the reverse sweep. Man, that was a close one, but that Game 5 just looked like a different team after that first, 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. Rake didn't appreciate all the
hate,
sass he was getting from Hanmine here. So,
well, to be fair, you died 10
slander.
times in a game, and then honestly, the Shep net had no choice. They got the Bel'Veth ban, but after that, forcing themselves to play Zac support. I mean, honestly, you can't expect to win a game when you pick Zac support. So, not super surprised they lost here, honestly.
Sadness.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, unless you can find a way that Zac support is better than 4 other engaged supports.
Was even Shroud bugged for Game 5? Was it not available in the shop?
Yeah, it was actually a rule in the rulebook in Game 5.
Every Zac support player will buy, Sunfire first item. That's the go-to.
Listen, he's just trying to clear waves, dog. You keep let him live his life.
All right. Well, before this flame gets too far out of hand, once again, congratulations to the Egoist, narrowly securing that best of 5 semifinals victory, and will advance to face the Pandas in the finals, who looking pretty unstoppable on their side of the bracket, just clean sweeping Yo Daddy in a 3-0 fashion. And I think most would agree come into the finals as heavy favorites, but the Egoists will look to kind of improve on their mistakes that they had in that series and hopefully put up a good finals next week. They'll be next Friday at 7 p.m. Same time as this week. So hope everyone enjoyed watching today, and hope to see you all back here to see the conclusion of our Season 3 finals next week. Have a good night, everyone.